That's how I'm opening all doors from now on.
Oh no! We run out of lost. I wonder. We can only have the one tattoo, can't we? Go back to near perfect love. I mean, obviously, those are the only options. I can't ever eat the peppercorn or BBQ for that matter. Can you do that? Oh, I'm so sorry. I popped that open without.
This is how you died. Click to start.
Ready?
I'm in. Ah, help! Oh my god, that was close! Oh my god, that was close! Holy shit!
I'll post pictures in the server later. He's not obscene looking. He's very funny. It's like
I do want a Metal Gear Solid 5 mod that replaces Quiet with a Scrum Frog.
He's just very good. I'm just very excited, and it does mean that I'm gonna be continuing my media blackout on the video game until I can play it 1 p.m. Oh, I understand. Ah!
Go away, Mimic.
This is disgusting!
Going.
Yeah, right? Vibes. Listen, I think most of us know my thing with rabbits. We love Sylvie here though, and I would simp. I would simp for Sylvie, if he had tentacles. You can tell him I said that too. I'll tell him I said that. Yo, Sylvie, 10 bunny when? Oh no. I'm afraid. It's a reverse Stuart Little situation. He's a mouse that looks like a man as opposed to a little man that looks like a mouse.
I would punch that thing in the face.
Never apologize for war jokes, Train.
You really want to?
But I don't know where he is because he's invisible.
Ah, the tube's getting
The
stuck.
tube!
No,
Stop
we can't.
sucking on the tube!
Stitch is just down there going.
Stitch is just having a good time. He don't even like attack Stitch.
It's because we're shitting on Final Fantasy 13.
Fine. I don't know what I'm talking about. Can we change topic? Look at that guy. He's got big teeth. They're like the shards of a broken abandoned carriage door window glass. Eric's fine here. This is normal. This is fine. Nothing is wrong.
I need to go pee. Be right
Continue down this road, and then we can turn to the left. I'm sorry, I was
Hello. How's it going? How are we doing? Hold on, sorry, my model's like freaking out for some reason. Hey, do you want to recognize that I'm talking? Oh no, everything's breaking, isn't it? Oh, now? Now? No, not now. Okay, well, that'll be interesting and fun. Hi friends, how's it going? How are we doing? Nothing is working the way that it should, and I don't know what's happening right now. There we go, I can access my settings. Yeah, it's Monday. I have the day off from work, and I had general plans for what to do. Hold on, I am gonna mess with my settings. I don't think y'all can. Oh, nope, you can. Oh no! Don't look at my settings! Disregard! Yeah, I had general plans for today. Okay, that's great. Get it out of here. That's better. That's better! Perfect! Yeah, I had general plans for the day as far as, like, things that I wanted to do, but that was dependent on Amazon getting their shit together, and they still haven't, so we're here now. We're gonna stream, we're gonna play a video game, hold on. I don't know what's happening here, or why it's not working the way that it should, but it's fine, I guess. I don't feel great today. Feeling a little emotionally trashy. But I still wanted to do something and have a nice time. And like I mentioned in Discord, for the announcement for this, I am having commitment issues when it comes to video games at the moment. So we're gonna play a new game that we haven't done on stream before. I have been feeling, I've been very into just, like, narrative-heavy video games recently. So we're continuing on with that, I guess. And we're gonna play a Plague Tale. Because it's been sitting in my library for a little bit. It's one that I've been interested in for a while, and just haven't gotten to. And, you know, now seems like as good a time as any to try it. Yeah, apparently... Oh my god, sorry. Apparently everything, is scuffed at the moment, so apologies for that, but, you know, it's fine. Sometimes things have to be a little trashy. Yeah, I guess plan on streaming for a while today, hence why I'm starting a little early. I have gotten everything done that I needed to get done today, which is nice, but also very frustrating because I don't really have anything else to do, so stream it is. But yeah, I hope y'all are doing good. I hope things are going well. I'm excited to play this video game, so I think we're gonna start, probably, maybe. Assuming I can get all this working. Oh, and now my internet's being a butthole. Great, love that. Love that for me. Hey, internet, can you, like, not be mean and work properly? I would love that. That seems very loud. So I'll turn it down for now. And then we'll turn it up if we have to. I thought I had messed with the settings properly earlier, but apparently not. Yeah, like I said, this has been in my library for a little bit. And I'm excited to check it out. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I would like the standard HUD, and I am using headphones. So... Holy shit, that was loud. Oh boy. Okay. The Derune Legacy.
What I know of this game is fairly limited. I know that it's about what is happening? It's loading. Okay. It's about a French town that's being hit by the plague, and two kids have to deal with all that.
Is that your only ambition for me? To follow? I will beat them, and I will watch them eat my dust as I forge ahead. But for that, I shall need a good horse.
You've been going on about this walk for ages. Why here?
The tree.
Which tree?
What tree?
The apple tree, father.
Dog.
I want to take the knight's challenge once more.
The Knight's Challenge. But you're not 10 years old anymore, you know.
You can pet the dog, it's a good game.
I've trained hard for this.
All right, let's go.
Sturdy dog. Cool. Great. Already really pretty looking.
Leon, the Guian beast is in a hurry to fight it out.
Your beast thinks with its stomach, as usual.
Well, there's something you both have in common.
Lol.
That's
You
harsh.
tell him.
Go on, boy. You'll find the prey. I believe in you.
Don't get your hopes up. Let's keep going.
Can I run yet? No. Can pull up my menu. I don't have any rocks at the moment. Okay.
Look, your mother's ribbon is still here. This is where I courted her, you know.
Yes, father, I know. If only she could come with us.
Is mom sick or
We all
dead?
have obligations, Amicia. You know
Busy.
your family.
She's busy.
Hey, I'm trying to tell her something.
Such authority, Knight de Rune.
Go! Bring something back for once. Right.
It's a good
As I was
dog.
saying, we all have obligations. I have to manage these lands. Your mother has to take care of your brother. And you...
And I hardly ever see you. I see mother even less.
Listen. We're here for you now. So, follow me, daughter.
Hey, wait!
I follow.
I hope you have your sling.
Of course.
I come. Dad seems cool. I mean, thus far.
Do you dare to enter the Trials Gate?
Amicia de Rune fears nothing.
This apple tree was planted when you were born. It will prove your worth.
Sir Knight, what are the terms of the test?
The sacred apples of the sacred apple tree have been corrupted by a great evil. If you destroy 6 of these rotten apples by the time I count to 10, I will make you a knight.
I accept your challenge.
Do you want me to
I
kill
can
the
see some
birds?
stones near the trunk over there. Go and get them and tell me when you're ready.
Okay, alright. Are we ready to...
Becky, I'll show
do
you
some
I'm not a
murders?
child anymore.
All right, come back. Stand behind this trunk. You'll shoot from here.
It shall be done.
Where are they going?
So, here
Oh,
we go.
I am shooting at the apples. Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Dad, wait,
5.
please.
Come on, Amicia. 6,
I'm trying.
8,
And this is how Amicia becomes a true knight.
9, and 10.
But I'm out of rocks.
Well, I must say I'm impressed. But your sling is frightfully noisy.
It was a present.
Okay, we did fine,
from
actually.
you.
Oh, yes. I'd quite forgotten.
Oof.
Goodness, what's up with him?
Dog, what's wrong?
He must have smelled the rabbit. Come on, quickly.
You go ahead. I'll catch up with you. Much faster than I am.
Okay.
Leo, wait for me.
Oh, sprint. So agile.
Leo, a hunting dog is not supposed to lose its hunter. Leo,
I don't think your dog cares,
where
ma'am.
did it go?
Dog said we're going?
Ah, there you are. What did you smell?
What's What's up, dog?
Oh gosh, a wild boar. What a good dog.
No, I can see it. I am looking at a game.
Did he find something?
Shh. Come and
Also, sorry, the frame rate is like atrocious right now. So let me turn things down a little bit and see if that helps.
a wild boar.
Some game. This will do nicely for a little feast.
Still
could
looks
use my
just
sight.
fine.
That might work, but you'll need to get closer. This grass will keep you hidden if you stay low.
It's
We
creepy.
crouch. We
Time to
creep.
make my move.
It's not drinking though. It is kind of looking in our general direction. Is the thing.
It saw me.
Find a way to sneak up. You have to hit the head.
Okay, well, it didn't have many options on how to approach that, so
You have to aim for the head.
I'm
that
doing
I
my best.
understand.
I want that feast.
I know. You can do it, my darling.
There you are.
Use the high grass. Stay low.
Got him!
Does hunger
Hey!
make you this accurate?
Huh.
But the feast isn't on your plate quite yet.
Oh,
No, no,
Pig,
no.
please.
Don't lose the scent.
Pig, please. It's for the best if you just stop, buddy.
I promise you, tonight we shall dine like kings.
I have no doubt we will.
Don't give up, Leon. I'm coming, Leon. Keep him there and you'll get a piece for yourself. Oh no.
Okay.
I'll sink in there.
Okay, so don't go through the stinky mud. Oh, her shoes are gonna be all gunky.
It's bleeding.
Well, I mean, we did kind of crack it right between the eyes. You know?
He stopped barking. He must have found it.
I don't think we should be...
These bridges were almost new. Someone's not going to be happy.
I don't think we should be out here. Maybe. It seems
What did that?
kind of bad out here.
Come here.
Hi, Travis.
It's the boar.
Well, it's a boar.
Leon couldn't have done that. Leon,
Okay.
here. Leon,
How you doing, friend? How's it going?
Leon, I'm here. I'm coming.
Oh, no. I think the dog dies in this game. Oh, jeez.
My dog. Who did this?
Oh! That's a bad hole. That's a bad hole.
What is this? We must go. Immediately.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Don't put your dog near a hole. It's bad there. Poor pupper.
I shall organize a hunt. Go and find your mother. Tell her I must speak with her. She's probably...
Looking after Hugo. Yes, of course.
We go find mother.
Amicia.
I mean, listen, if it's, I feel like we would all, that's what we would all be doing if we were able to.
Did you hear about
Baby's just out here living her best life. And you know what? Good for her. Oh, to run around and headbutt people while not wearing pants. Pig. Pig. I would like to pet the pig. I would like to pet the pig. Pig, 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 pig. Pig, 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 pig. Okay. Oh, dang!
Rivets will have to wait. Good day,
She
Louise.
is
Any news about the
getting around.
Everyone is on edge.
Thought the man was talking to me. He just said
Visited
hello.
during the night.
Sounds like the English to me.
Now, why would the English go and bite people?
I don't know. To keep us off balance.
Oh, Lady Amicia, did you have a good walk?
Later, Flo. Tell the others that the forest is out of bounds until further notice.
Yes, I'll tell them.
Horrible chickens. She also has downy chicken hair. Oh, so fluffy. Hi, Allie. Are you okay? You're just doing stuff over here. Man's just
Take care of
praying.
Leon, please. He deserves his place at your side, even if he was a bit naughty sometimes.
Aww.
Goodbye, my darling dog.
Aww. Rip dog.
Mother's not too
Are
busy.
you? Same though.
Sunshine
It's
won't last long.
one that I've been like interested in for a while, just never got a chance to play it. And then it came to the Humble Bundle not too long
Lucky to be in
ago.
this house. Mark my words.
And I've been trying to find an excuse to play it, but my brain wasn't happy with narrative games for a little bit, but now I'm like full in with narrative games, so like here we go. Let's go.
Yes, she spent the night there. The little one had another one of his attacks.
Aww.
She won't be in a good mood.
Is brother ill? Or are we closing that? Oh well, it's fine.
Hear what happened at the village?
Yeah, I'm stoked for it.
Bitten. Kids too, can you imagine?
Each time it happens at night?
Famine, war on our doorstep, and now vampires?
I
We must
don't-
have seen something rotten to be punished so.
Why are they immediately jumping to vampires? I know why. It's not that though. Silly ladies. That's a different game.
The smell of your cooking warms the heart.
Oh, it's nothing much, but I think you'll like it.
I'm sure I will.
Hey. Okay, I should probably go upstairs to go see Mother. Vampires are like spiders. There's many different types. Could the game be louder? Yes, it can. I turned it down because the menu was really loud for some reason. But let me turn it up. And here, we'll do that, but then turn music volume down a little. Because the music was like ridiculously loud. If that's too loud, let me know if we can actually hear anyone speak. Can someone say anything to me, please?
Oh, Lady Amicia, hello. I didn't see you there.
Is that
Yes,
good?
Hello, milady.
Hello.
Better? Cool. Perfect. If we do need to adjust anything else, just let me know as per usual, and we'll see what we can do.
Yes, Lady Beatrice, leave it to me.
Louise, have you been to see Mother?
Indeed. Do you want to see her?
Yes, please.
Important. Father's orders.
Oh, in that case, I have to finish your room. By the way, I've left a little something for you on your bed. Come and see if you like.
Thank you.
Do you want me to do that now, or after I've spoken to Mother? Because I'm gonna go speak to Mom. Also, rip it and rip it.
Mother?
You know you're not supposed to be here.
I know, but something attacked Leon in the forest.
My dear, I really wish I had the time to listen to your adventures, but...
But it's true. Leon was lying there on the ground, and then he was...
Shh! You are to stay here with your brother.
Okay.
Why? What's
Close
happening?
the door behind me and do not open the shutters, whatever happens.
But Hugo...
He is not contagious. I realize you hardly know him, but he will be all right. Trust me, Amicia.
Have the
Yes,
English
Mother.
shown up? Is that what's happening? Well, I wanted to check my bed.
All these potions. Mother, will you ever be able to cure him?
I mean, facts.
It's locked.
Are we the baddies?
Where is he? Hugo?
Baby. Oh!
Your sister? Amicia?
Hello.
We haven't
Look
seen
at
each other
him!
much. Mummy will be back soon.
Come on.
Already not listening to our mother.
Did he talk?
No, Lord Nicholas.
Mikey.
He killed 2 of our men.
Where is he? I won't ask again. Where is your son?
In good hands.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Search the house.
Yeah, not good horse boots.
Is that mommy?
No. No, Hugo, it's not mommy. Oh, shit. Okay.
Hugo, come here.
What's happening?
It's a problem that it's down D-pad.
No, you're here, kid. I don't have time to play games.
To...
Stay down.
Hugo, it's me, Gabrielle. Come here, quickly.
Hey, you! What the hell are you doing?
Oh, boy!
He belongs to the Inquisition.
Oh!
Leia.
I don't know anything. There you go. There you go. That'll teach you.
Well...
I'm begging you. Hugo's not here.
And you, stay here.
Come on.
Very clear.
Okay.
Hugo, the rune.
Nobody needs to know where Hugo is. It's fine. It's okay. The lady left me a thing
What's going on?
on my bed, and I can't get it because I decided to talk to Mother first.
She'll know.
Hope it wasn't important.
Oh my god. Louise.
Think it's funny making me run like that?
Amicia. Please.
Well...
We need to move. Don't look. No. No.
No, Amicia.
I am trying to
We have to.
wiggle away as fast as I possibly can. And I know that they're slow because they're crouching, but oh. Did they say that they were with the Inquisition? Big ol' yikes. Uh-oh!
Well. Where do you think you're going?
Moose bathrobe! How stinking cute is it? It's exciting.
What is happening?
So stinking cute.
We will be all right,
Perfect.
do you hear me?
Perfect. You love to see it.
Hugo, take your sister's hand. I'll go first, and you just have to follow me, all right?
Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. Okay.
We have to cross the gardens. Amicia, hold your brother's hand and follow me.
If we leave Hugo alone, he will panic and attract enemies. Great! Love that for me.
They are everywhere.
Trust me. Through the grass, they won't be able to see us.
Wait. Mommy.
Shh.
Okay. This is fine. No one suspects a thing. Can't see us.
Who is it?
The gardener. Knows the family well. Says he watched the kids grow up.
Yes, the little one loves flowers. I used to take him some.
Flowers? You can do better than that. Take him.
Oh jeez.
It worked.
Shh.
I've worked here all my life. They're like family to me. You'll get nothing out of me.
This is tragic.
Oh yeah? You first.
Jeez.
Have a little think, and I'll come back later. You.
We're going, we're going, we're going.
Without talking to me first.
The bastards.
Oh.
We have to get through. Amicia, help him. I'll carry you. Over, be careful getting down.
Yes.
We could have avoided it. But Robert the Rune doesn't like the
peasants. How long can it take?
We got the noble cause.
Well,
They'll see us.
We have to get further away. If
I need
can
everyone
get the helmet, great over there.
to stop aggressively whispering at me.
Instead.
Oh, what? Hey, okay. I was gonna say, I don't have any rocks at the moment.
What was that noise?
Right, let's go.
Let's go. Oh,
Ow, my head.
Breathe.
What's
Hugo,
wrong?
Like I showed you.
What's wrong with him?
His illness has awoken. We need to go faster.
I need to calm down.
is he just...
So, the boy?
He's hiding, but Lord Nicholas is tracking him down.
He's the Grand Inquisitor's
Okay.
right hand. The guard has never had a better guy. Did you hear
Let's
that?
go.
I'm going to see.
Okay,
Be careful.
alright, okay. Sorry, Hugo, we're gonna keep walking in weird ways so I can just take a look at everything. Don't worry about it, buddy. You're doing fine.
We can't go. Mother.
Maybe by throwing one of these pots.
Really?
The noise will attract him. We'll slip past behind his back.
All right.
Hey, go over there, sir.
Listen, I know what you poor people are like. Always got a sneaky
Oh,
coin hidden
R1.
somewhere. What was that noise?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just go check it out. Make sure it's nothing.
Oh, no,
And
Stay calm. Hold my hand tight.
and it's gonna be great, actually. Great and fine and great.
It's locked from the other side.
Mother, the hole in the wall.
Yes.
Where?
Hugo, I'm sorry. I know you're scared, but if you get through there, you can open the door for us. You're the only one who can do it.
What's behind there?
Just concentrate on the door. You're a brave boy. You prove it to me every day. Amicia is going to let go of your hand. Then you can quickly go through, all right?
Technically not holding it, but
Be strong.
okay. Go on through, Hugo. You got this, buddy. My poor baby.
Well done.
Good job.
Hold my hand. Come on.
What a great kid.
Wait.
Oh boy.
For mercy won't make you run faster, my lad.
Mom, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Come on.
Oh boy. Hugo? Hugo?
Coming. Amicia,
Okay.
you have to help him next time.
I tried!
My head. What is wrong with him?
Oh my goodness.
Listen to my voice, Hugo. You know how this goes.
My eyes. My head.
Listen to me. Breathe.
Bedtime alarm is going off. Yeah, it's less than great here at the moment.
Mother, we can't stay here. Give him a little time. Are you alright, Hugo?
I think so.
So, let's continue. Courage, my darling.
Okay. Mom's dress is freaking out. You wanna...
It's okay, Hugo. Yes.
Okay, let's go, buddy. I need to get a new controller.
There you go. Thank you.
Not having a down D-pad button that works has been a bit of a problem for the last number of games I've tried.
Hugo. He's slower than us. There are bots over there. I could cross, make a diversion. Alone? Yes. You'd have more time.
Maybe? Unsure.
I can let you know when it's alright. Be very careful.
Yeah, turn around, sir. Oh. Thanks, Allie. I don't have a controller up on there. But maybe I should add one. Well, it's not something that I thought I was gonna need.
Mother and Hugo need time to get through.
Okay, go over there.
I need to call them now.
Come on.
Come here. We're coming.
I was honestly probably just gonna pick one up next paycheck, which I think I get paid this week. Hey, good job, Hugo.
It was nothing.
But I can add one. Honestly, right now, more than anything, the things that I want, the things that I need are just miniature painting stuff. I started doing that this weekend.
Leave this to me.
I only did one this weekend because Amazon was horrible and didn't deliver the things like they said they were going to. Ah!
You're right.
Okay, listen. I'm sorry, I forgot my buttons. But, yeah, Amazon was supposed to, like, deliver some figures to me, and then they didn't. So I've got paints and things. What am I trying to do?
Go away. Get out of here.
Hold on. Sorry, I got distracted talking about minis. Oh, okay, I understand. We were just waiting for him to turn around. Oof.
You're alive. This way.
But yeah, I did paint a mini this weekend because I had one from Gloomhaven that was big enough that I felt comfortable trying, and it was fun, and it was great, and it's very exciting. So yeah.
Go and hide quickly now.
Maybe one of these days, might do a painting stream. We'll see. But if nothing else, it's definitely what I'm going to be doing in my spare time.
The doctor?
Yes.
Also, sorry.
Treat Hugo. He will look after you.
And what about you? You have to come.
Need me, Amicia. You are.
But I do need you. I need you.
Sniffly.
Hurry now. Follow the river. It will lead you to Laurentius.
Mother, no!
Well, bye, Mom. Oh shit! Hey, I don't think we're gonna see. I don't think we're gonna see Mom anytime soon.
Follow me now.
Ooh, yeah! GoPro kind of situation. Oh jeez. I need to get a light for my. I didn't know what was happening. I thought I was supposed to run off the road because that would make sense. But no, we have to just run? Okay. Okay. This is fine. We got this. Yeah, I need a lamp in general for my desk. I get plenty of light during the day, but at night it's not as bright. Oh? Oh? Oh, that would be super useful. I mean, if you're down with parting with it. Also, yeah, what is happening? Holes. Sorry. Just Hugo in his tiny little baby voice being like, "Hey, are we gonna die?" Wowie! Yeah, we should find a time to hang out sometime soon, okay? I miss y'all.
The village must be further on. Someone there should be able to help us find the rentiers.
Hey, you should go help that little guy. He's just a little guy. I'm still a few months off from it. There have been a couple of big expenses that have come up for me.
Hugo?
So I had to dip into my own personal savings. I still have all the money that, like, you and other people have given to me for the car set aside. I can't touch that. That's not for me to use. But with some of my doctor's appointments, I had to pay a lot of money to figure out what was going on with my body, because insurance is horrible.
Come on. First we have to get
But, yeah, so we're still a couple of months off, but I think I'm at the point where all of that should be, again, barring any, like, big situations.
Why did they want to capture us?
I think I should be
I don't want to think about it
good.
right now.
I'm hoping no later than October.
Mommy and Daddy.
Yes.
And I think that's overshooting it a bit. But, yeah.
Where is everyone?
Yes, please. That would be lovely. Also, Goose. Goose! He honk. Sorry, okay. Gonna stop chasing Goose. But yeah, anytime. Just anytime. Just know I miss y'all. I'd like to come see you and hang out. I don't know that anybody lives here. Here's the thing.
Really big.
They won't hurt you.
What are those noises? Are they sick?
They're just clearing their noses. Come on, we have to go.
No, but we have to look at the aminals. Hugo's just been, like, inside his whole life, hasn't he? Oh. So we have to make a detour at every possible moment to look at all the animals. Like, look, Hugo, these are chickens. They're stinky.
Hugo, not now.
But...
Don't eat those. Those don't look good.
But I'm hungry.
How can you think of food right now?
Well... That's all bad food. Is this all? That's all moldy too. Hey, I don't know that anyone's been here for a while. I also don't know, like, how much
smoke
exploring there is in this game. So, which is why I'm, like, going into every corner. sorry, not sorry. But that's just what's happening. I'm trying to see if there are any things that I can pick up, but I don't think so.
Excuse me, please wait. Madam? What's the matter with them?
They look scared.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm the daughter of Lord Robert de Rune. We were attacked. We need help.
Please, it's very cold.
Maybe this is why they don't want to help us, though, is they know who you are. Maybe we shouldn't be going around announcing that
I don't believe it.
They're hiding.
we're part of the family.
We've waited too long. I told you we need to leave.
And go where?
Someone's there.
We'll come back later when things are better.
Oh, jeez.
Dead before things get better here. That's enough. Don't want to talk about it anymore.
Heck.
Oh, look. Someone's drawn something on the door.
Oh,
Come back here.
no,
That
no,
means
no,
there
no,
are
no,
sick
no.
people in these houses. Don't
Yeah.
touch anything.
Oh, they're not allowed to go outside.
It's more serious than that. It means that we could catch their illness, so stop running around.
All right. Sorry.
It's okay, Hugo. You don't know better, but also please don't touch anything. It's bad
Village is
here.
contaminated. That's why everyone's hiding.
I can smell something cooking. Is it fair?
It doesn't sound like a fair.
Are we bro? Oh. Mmm, tasty. Anyone down for a barbecue?
You! I'm begging you! Go get help!
Well, I'll be damned. Here's the rest of them.
What? No, wait, we're just looking for someone.
And you found him. It's your damn music what brought them out, huh? Those dirty vermin that invaded our church. That filth what attacked
My
our
music.
children in their beds and gave them the black thing. But now you found God.
Man has big hammer, and I'm scared.
This is the last village you'll infect.
Amicia.
Come on.
Run,
Hugo.
Whoop.
Amicia.
Just run.
Well, the people are mad at us.
Going to burn us too?
They're definitely gonna try. Hugo, we gotta go.
Hide, Amicia.
Here, get inside quickly.
Oh boy.
All's quiet.
He's going to see us.
Don't move.
Have to wait until they show themselves. Then we'll get them.
Throw that over there. Go over there, sir. Please. Oh, jeez.
Come on.
Okay, while he's looking there, we just quietly make our way up here. And he'll never know.
That's it. Almost.
He'll never see.
Nothing.
Whoop!
Not that way.
Where are we going?
Excuse
Come
me.
on, just run as fast as you can.
It doesn't matter where we're going, we're just going.
Quick, quick.
Oof.
We should never have come here.
Why are they doing that?
They think we have brought evil with us. We have to find a way out of here.
Can we... Oh, well, that's how we dodge. I was just trying to see if we could go up there.
Let's push it.
Yes.
Okay. Look at him go! He's trying his best to help. Sorry, I would die for
We can climb onto
Hugo.
it now.
The sweet, precious baby. This darling child. This poor, sweet, sick boy. Okay, I'm full up on rocks. Can we... I need something to help us get up there. How?
The chain
There.
doesn't look very strong.
I
You're making
see.
noise, right?
Do you have a better idea?
No better ideas from him, so let's go.
Let's push this.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Hugo, let's refill our rocks. Because that's important, and we need those.
Come, I'll get
And
you
then
up.
let's get on up here. The way that I'm already invested in making sure that this little guy stays safe. In a game that is apparently just a full...
If they don't find us again.
But
full escort mission.
You can protect us.
It's not that easy, Hugo.
Oh.
He's just a little guy. Oh!
Oh no, quickly, quickly!
Shit.
The ladder, go and climb, you first!
It doesn't look safe, Amicia.
It's fine.
It's going to break.
No, it's fine. Oh, never mind. It's not fine.
I told you.
Okay, well, I'll be there in a second, buddy.
Where are you going? Don't leave me.
Amicia, come here. This side.
There you
Yeah,
are.
I'm here.
I found this so you can climb up.
Well done. I'll get it to fall. Watch out.
Oh, heck.
Come on.
Hugo, the faster the better. I know you're doing your best right now, bud, but... Hey, what a good little guy. Please, get up.
Sorry about the ladder.
It's my fault.
No, it's
You're right.
fine.
We need to go home.
We can't. Not without Laurentius.
Yeah, bud, we can't go home.
Amicia, hide.
Well, where the hell are they? Conrad! We've surrounded
Oh.
the area. They were here a few minutes ago.
Just a little different.
Conrad lost his mind when his kid died. We have to burn innocent people? Chase kids? Did you hear that noise there?
Go check it out, buddies.
Don't do anything foolish.
No one saw anything. I'm just sneaking on by. Definitely aren't doing anything. Just gonna go by.
Oh no, not again.
Ah!
Which way?
I don't know.
We're just going, buddy. Whatever way we can.
Quickly, please.
I am going as fast as I can, pal.
It won't hold them for long. Quickly, quickly.
They know we're here.
Yeah, but we're gonna go. We're leaving? We can't go that way,
Stop.
please.
Hugo, go through there. Open it for me.
Right.
Sorry, I love this little baby.
Unblock it.
I'm trying.
Hurry. Quickly, Hugo, please.
I can.
Hugo, he's here. Hugo, do something.
What just happened?
Run.
Ah! Oh, fuck.
Please, we've got to carry on. Just a little.
Excuse me, sorry. Oh, fuck. It is really bad here.
This way. Don't be afraid. Come in.
Ma'am, I'm here.
The most infected part of the village. Where are they?
Listen, we'll tell Conrad we lost them. I'm not staying here.
Rest now. You're safe. They'll never come looking for you here. You're soaking. There are clothes you can change into upstairs. In a chest in the bedroom.
Are you sure? Thank you.
Oh, sweet old lady. What's the catch? What is she... What? Why is she doing this? Ma'am, I appreciate it, but also...
That's better. What about you?
We have to go and find Mummy, Amicia.
Not yet. She told us to find Laurentius.
That's silly.
We're going to do what she told us, and that's it. Hugo, wait!
Hugo. Also, I saw a shiny thing over here.
Incense. The same as Mother used to use.
More information. Oh, okay. So there are collectibles. Unlikely I've missed the one at the very beginning because I didn't go to my room like the lady told me to. Hey, Hugo?
They fit you. Good. They belonged to my grandchildren. Oh, my name is Clairvy.
I'm Amicia, and this is Hugo. Say thank you, Hugo.
Thank you.
Clovey, what is happening here?
Plague.
The plague. So many people dead.
It's plague.
And those still alive have... But where are your parents?
At home. They're waiting for us.
We're looking for a doctor. Laurentius.
A doctor? Perhaps... A man did come and help at the hospice early on. The monks might be able to tell you more, but...
What?
They haven't been seen recently.
Well, they've probably retreated
No
into their
goes
church.
Near the church anymore.
It's all we have. We must go and see.
You'll die there. But no one listens to old Clary anymore, so... Anyway, I see you have a sling. You're going to
This
need
poor
it.
old woman.
But it'll be no use to you in that state. Go to the backyard. You'll find some new strips of leather there. And feel free to use the workshop in the next room for your repairs.
That's very kind of you.
Thank you, Clevy.
Feel free to use the tools by the workshop.
Okay. Well, I have to go get the scrap leather first, right? Pigeon. Where is... leather? There it is.
Right, got the leather. I just need the tools.
Which are
The tools.
here.
Right, let's get to work. Come on.
Let's
Keep calm
go.
and concentrate. That's much better. With the right materials,
Excuse me.
I could improve it even more.
Ooh. Running and dodging make less noise. An ammunition bag. A pocket. A pouch. I would like all of these,
right.
Please.
I must go and thank Clovey.
Okay, so we can look at the craft menu at any time, but we need a workbench in order to upgrade anything. Makes sense.
Ah.
Straightforward.
So? It's a lot better. Thank you, Clovey. Thanks for everything.
So that's where you lost them. Yeah. Shh. They won't survive long around here if you ask me.
What on earth are you doing? Put that mallet down. Are you stupid or what?
I am not stupid.
Don't shout.
Children, that's enough noise.
I want to see
Oh
Mommy.
no.
Shut up. You're going to get us
Hugo,
killed.
please.
Protect us.
Mummy is dead.
I want to see
Mommy is dead, Hugo. You'll never see her again. Or Daddy.
Amicia.
You're lying.
Oh.
They were killed at the house. Both of them. So shut up.
Lying. I hate you.
Hugo, please.
Stop. Hugo, no. Hugo, wait. Don't go out. You're mad.
Hugo.
Come back.
He's just a little guy.
What's he doing?
Oh,
no. He's going to
but
get us killed. Hugo, please. I'm sorry. Wait.
I'm sorry I told you the truth at a bad time. But also you need to listen.
I shouldn't have shouted. Please listen to me. I'm sorry.
Where? If you don't help, he will die.
Let him go.
So that's where you were.
No, wait. We just want to leave. I didn't want to. Hugo!
But also, in this instance,
Please say he's alive. Please say he's alive. Hugo!
oh, where did my boy go? Hugo.
Stop squirming.
Fuck!
You're not gonna put me in the I'm gonna start with you. Why'd you have to
Shit.
come here, huh? Why?
Don't make me.
This seems like a problem.
Idiot. You're a slippery one. But one hit's all it takes. Just one.
Can I hit that? Yeah! There we go. Oh, Karen.
Show 'em what you do best.
Whoa! Don't dodge into his attack! Amicia, please! Okay, so she always jumps backwards unless you're aiming.
I fought in 2 wars.
Unless you're pushing like left or right.
You're a slippery one. One hit's
Fuck.
all it takes. Just one. I know what
Okay,
you
there's
like.
that.
Fine. I can use that to my advantage.
And then
I'm going to show you what it's like to lose someone you love. Instead of dying, you know. You took away from me the only thing I had. You're going to have to do better than that.
fuck! Okay, again, learning combat, we understand. You can only dodge once. And the recovery time on it is very long.
Just a bit rusty. Come on, gun. Show 'em what you do best. I know
Okay,
what you're like.
there's that.
I can use that to my advantage. I'm not scared of dying, you know. You took
Please,
away
I was
the only thing I
trying to
had.
pick up the rocks. Sir, can you stop? Sorry, she's useless with this sling. Oh my god.
Keep it up. Only death would stop you.
So as soon as you fill the sling, there's nothing you can do to cancel it? You just kind of gotta deal.
Idiot. His armor has stopped enough. Let's get this over with. Yes. Take me to my son. Do it. Finish me. Kill me.
Yikes! Well, there's that man handled. He's not gonna be a problem anytime soon. So, Amicia, you've killed 2 people recently. How are you feeling?
You killed him.
He was trying to kill us, to be fair. Just to point out to you, Hugo, he was trying to do a murder on us.
Come on.
Okay. What a party.
Look, Amicia.
I'm coming.
What we got going on? Oh, we're at the church. Perfect. You wanna come here? No. No, Hugo doesn't want to hold my hand. That's fine, I guess.
Be our way out.
Okay, but before we leave, are there crafting supplies?
Whoa. Why are there candles?
The candles are to show that you're thinking of someone.
Oh, can I light one?
If you want to. Don't burn yourself.
Thank you.
Aww. Excuse me.
For Mummy and Daddy.
Watch over them.
I cry.
It's funny. The sound here.
There's an echo.
Hello!
Hugo, there might be.
Yeah, hey. Let's not yell, maybe. Consider. Less yell? More just quietly look around and get things?
Forgive me for the evil I have just committed. I never.
Amicia, you're really squeezing me.
Sorry.
Aww. What's this?
Oh, a necklace.
It's a rosary.
What's it for?
Praying.
Can I use it to talk to Mommy and Daddy?
We'll do it together.
Sorry, this sweet, precious child, is going to absolutely destroy me.
Climb up.
I hope it doesn't break like the other one.
It won't, Hugo. Trust me.
This one is far more
Alicia,
sturdy,
there's someone
apparently.
Children, what are you doing here?
Father, we need help.
Leave. It's dangerous. You have no business being here.
Wait, please. It's important.
We should go and talk to him.
Sir, we got questions and need some help.
Is he the one who knows where Laurentius is?
It has to be him. It has to.
Oh, they've broken everything.
What's going on here?
I mean,
Perhaps they're building bigger beds?
I don't think that's it.
very, very hopeful of you. I assume that this is where the outbreak started, right? Like, or everyone that was here has died because of the plague. The church is full of rats, actually.
I know that smell.
Where are you going?
Medicinal herbs. The monks must have put them in the water to purify themselves. Mother used to do the same.
Beth? Do you like that there's a lot of crafting supplies around here? Basically, I would like to be able to hold as much ammunition as possible as soon as possible. It's actually a laundry house. I mean, potentially. It's all the sheets. They're bathing the sheets. Sheets need baths too. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Flowers. They're so pretty.
Okay, well, you enjoy looking at those. I'm gonna look at all the makeshift graves. Oh boy. What are you doing, buddy? Right. There we go.
Carnations. We had some in my herbarium. But those ones are prettier.
Hugo, we have to keep moving.
Wait, come here.
What?
It will protect you, and it's pretty too.
Oh. All right.
Now we can go.
Thank you.
Sweet boy. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Oh. Hugo is a good little dude. Hey, sir? You good?
Father.
So hold on a second, I have to blow my nose.
Just a moment. Just a...
You have no idea. Leave while you still can.
Please, someone has to help us. Do it for him at least.
Okay.
The Robert de Rune, coat of arms.
We are his children.
Yeah.
We are looking for Laurentius, the doctor. Do you know him?
Yes, I know him. And I know he used to look after your family. He spoke of you. I am Father Thomas.
Hello, Father
Your
Thomas.
presence here is not a good sign.
The Inquisition. They came and they...
I can imagine. But what is happening here is far worse. You must leave immediately, or you will die.
Father, the villagers wanted to kill us.
Oh, they're mad. They're mad. Oh, Laurentius. No, I cannot leave the church, but an exit through the crypt of the Three Saints. It may not be too late.
I don't know how I feel about going through a crypt.
Laurentius's farm, but after that, may God watch over you. All
So are you
seems
good?
calm for the moment. Come. Above all, be sure to stay in the light.
Father, why are there crosses on the village doors? Is it really the plague?
It started with bites during the night. Then
He
sickness
hobbling.
spread. First in families, then to everyone. Fever, boils. People started dying. And when we finally found out where it came from, it was already too late.
And where did it come from?
We
Rats? Is it the
Brother
rats?
Morel should be here. We are the last two remaining.
Oops, all rats?
Stay here. Brother Morel.
Ouch. Oh, I have to wiggle in my chair a little bit, so my model's gonna freak out while I do that. Okay.
What is the matter?
Is he having an episode? Oh no! Oh, well, sucks for him.
You can't stay close to me.
Oh, shit!
Where did they come from? How can there be so many of them? Protect us. They're everywhere. The light. They're scared of the light.
Okay, well, going back into the church isn't really an option for us.
It's a nightmare.
This also seems like not a great option. But hey, at least we're...
It's a monk. The other brother.
Oh.
I have to climb up. I'll have to put the torch down.
No, please.
Calm
No, it's
down.
okay. It's
There's a
okay.
torch holder. We'll still have light.
But then what?
We'll find something.
Well, there's another torch on the other side, see? Oh, no, there's not, actually. Oh!
I don't understand why there is so much fire. We need some fire.
have to look directly at it.
We have to hurry.
Okay. Well, this is...
Calm down, Hugo.
Yeah, you tell him, Hugo.
Alright.
Here's the thing, our makeshift torch is already almost broken.
So that's their plague. Rats. The priest spoke of a way out through the crypt.
Okay. I don't think we should be going through a crypt, is the thing.
The three statues.
The crypt of the three saints. It's the exit the father spoke of. We have to find another way.
Oh. Boy howdy. How? Ah, okay.
Right.
Me forgetting that I can climb things. It's fine. Ah, I see. Oh, that was loud.
To look. We can't do anything for them now.
It's horrible.
I know.
Yeah, it's not good. You're right, buddy. It is bad here. Jesus.
Come on, get up there.
Yes.
All right. Well, we're doing fine so far. Give me those rocks. Is there anything else over here? No. Okay. Jesus. Cheese. Oops. Ah, okay, wait. Is there... I need to do some science real fast. Okay, I can cancel a throw if I decide to dodge, which isn't great.
Follow me. All right.
It's not ideal, at least. Okay, come on, Hugo.
Wait, they're making too much noise. Too much noise.
Hugo, calm down.
It's okay, buddy. Listen, we're gonna not be in there anymore. We're gonna get out of here. It's gonna be all fine and dandy and perfect. And we'll never have an issue like this again. I mean, holding more materials would be good. I do want this, but we need alcohol, hide, and tools. Okay. Okay, well, maybe one day.
No rats.
Oh!
I don't see any torches. How can we? What are we going to do?
We're gonna distract them with food.
That seems to keep them busy.
Are you sure?
Another hand should be enough. Come on.
And then we very quickly pick up all of the gubbins that are around here. You climb on over. And it's not even an issue. Yeah, they're there. All right.
Alright, let's be careful.
Oh, jeez. Hello, rats. More alcohol. You love to see it. Hugo, do you want to get up on this table? Because apparently rats can't jump in this.
Don't fall. Don't fall.
Yeah.
Don't fall. Hold my hand tight.
Okay. Hey, y'all want some food? Eat up, buddies.
That torch.
There's a hole in the grating.
I'll lift this up. Can you get the torch?
Yes.
Okay, go, Hugo, go! Go, Hugo, go!
It's heavy. Hugo, hurry up. Come on.
You wanna... Oh, shit.
Are you alright?
Yes. Stay where you are. The ground is rotten.
Amicia, how am I going to get back?
We'll find a way, don't worry. As long as you have the torch, you'll be safe.
But what about you?
Yeah, we'll
move together. That way, the light coming through the grating will protect me too. Ready?
Ready.
Here we go then. Slowly. Very good.
Oh, this is horrifying.
Look, there's a hole. Do you want the torch?
Yes, there are too many rats on my side.
But where can I get through?
The hole behind
There's a hole.
That's the only way I can see.
And there is light over there, so you should be fine, buddy.
Are you sure?
Just
Yeah.
stop if you see rats. I'll be with you very quickly.
Alright, but please hurry.
Oh, I'll hurry. Okay. Could go through there. Or I can look around for bits. There's nothing over there. I like it when they pile up on each other and then vanish. Okay, sorry, I should stop doing murders on rats and proceed forward. Sorry, Hugo.
Quick now.
I'm coming!
What's going on? Hugo, talk to me!
Ah, shit.
Come on!
Where is the boy? Oh, okay, there we go. I wasn't entirely sure how I was supposed to do anything for a second. It's fine. We found the bits. Okay. Okay, like that, and then let's go.
Hugo, are you alright?
There were rats. I ran to the light.
Good job, buddy.
No, I found a ladder, but there are rats down there.
I'll open a way through for you. We're going to get you down from there.
Okay, let's
Calm down, Amicia.
do this.
You're fine. Stay focused.
We're gonna meet back up with our sweet little buddy. It's gonna be great, actually. No need to worry.
These twigs burn too quickly. I won't be able to keep them back long enough.
I have something for you.
What do you got, buddy? Oh, hey!
Perfect. Thank you.
Great! Well, we'll do that in a second, because, that actually might be the way that we get out. Okay, never mind. I won't do that just yet. We will get Hugo first. Oof, they do make horrible noises. Give me all of that. Hi, Hugo.
I shouldn't have left you alone. It's too risky.
That's alright.
It's not alright, but I'm glad that you're okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we should be fine to get rid of that for right now. Alright. Great! Get out of here, rats. Leave. Aha! Perfect. I would like to give Hugo a hug. He's been doing such a great job.
Thank you. We can get out of here now.
Yes, far away.
Okay, give me this. I don't think I've picked up any tools. Is the thing. Unless I have? No, I haven't. I do have enough for an ammunition bag now, though. What is this? Okay. Oof. Kind of rude to give me a workbench and no tools, but hey.
Come on,
what can you do? Alright, let's go, pal.
Oh, what's that on the ground?
Should we go anyway?
Yes, we've managed to get this far.
I'm
fine. Just stay
I don't know that we should be going further. I don't know that this is fine. This looks horrible, actually.
What's that stuck on the walls?
I don't know.
I think that's mold from Resident Evil 7. Oh, it's so gunky down here.
They did that.
You think so?
Yes. We're in
No,
this.
please.
So, they're going to be even more angry?
Hugo is perfect. Any mistake he makes, I think we can chalk up to him just being a baby.
Alicia,
I'll forgive
you
him.
mustn't touch the walls.
Yeah, I'm trying not to, bud.
It's burning my throat.
Okay. More sticks? Or... Okay, yeah, we're just good. We're good to go this way. Get on through, bud.
Light! We're there, Hugo!
Run!
Run, Hugo! Run!
Hey! Never again!
We did it. We did it. We did it. We...
How's Hugo holding up?
Please. I want to see Mommy.
Oh, buddy. I know.
I don't want her to be dead.
Hugo.
I want her to come back.
Oh. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Amicia, so we'll never be able to go back home?
No.
Yeah.
It's too dangerous.
Are there rats there too?
Maybe... I don't know, Hugo.
I'm scared. They'll find us when it gets dark.
We'll be safe with Laurentius. Come on.
Oof. Anything down here?
Yeah, a windmill.
Is that Laurentius's farm?
I hope so.
Could be.
I've never seen a real windmill.
If we're careful, you'll be seeing one very soon.
I just want to see if there are any things down here. Lootables? It is very pretty. Pretty game is pretty. Oh, I wonder if there's a flower over here, actually.
Hey, Hugo, where are you going?
Just wants to look at the dock.
Oh, bubbles! Look at the bubbles!
Yes, Hugo.
What is it?
It could be a fish, a frog. I really don't know. We don't have time for this right now. Come on.
But I've never seen a real frog.
That's a lot of bubbles for, like, a fish. I don't think we should mess with that, Hugo. I think it might be a touch dangerous. Ooh, what's this? There's stuff
You
here.
need to read a book.
Blood.
What happened?
I don't know, but it didn't end well.
Perhaps there were rats.
Perhaps. Okay, well... Yikes. Can't carry any more rocks, which is tragic, really. Where was the windmill? It's this way, right? Sorry, I'm very interested in just
Alicia,
looking around.
Look, it's one of the men that attacked the house.
The Inquisition.
Yeah.
They're here.
Well, he is missing half his body, though, so, you know, serves him right. It's what he gets! That does probably mean that there's more of them, though, huh? Yeah.
Fucking animals.
Do I look like a rat? How should I know?
Well, I say we'll never get rid of these nests using stupid lime.
Whatever happens, we have to get out of here before the sun goes down. They like the dark. So back to business.
Okay, well...
What is
Nope.
it? What?
Nope. Keep forgetting that I have, like, a different button to do stealth throws. Okay, now turn around and go away.
Nah, nothing. Nothing here.
Okay, turn around.
Amicia, look. There's a bridge that leads to the farm.
No, I see it, buddy.
What a waste of time. The Grand Inquisitor should just tell us what he really wants from us.
Okay, and then we want a pot?
That noise. What was
So
it?
check that out. Leave us alone. Wonderful. Re-equip our rocks.
With that and the second barricade, no one will ever get through.
I'm going to the bridge.
Okay.
The cart will be back with the other barricades.
There's nothing here. All right.
Ooh!
What's that?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
We're trapped.
There's a hole in the wall.
I'm too big. You'll have to go in and open the window for me.
But they'll see me.
I'll keep him busy. Trust me.
What was that noise?
Okay. Go, Hugo, go!
I'm going.
Nothing to report.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Yes. Now it's my turn.
You wanna go back over there?
Hey, that's the second time. I'm going to take a look.
Stay alert.
Can that man go over there as well? Fuck.
All right, everybody back to your positions.
All for the best.
You know what? When they go to put the lime in the hole, like now, and we'll just hop on through. Hi, Hugo.
Amicia, we have to get out of here.
I know, we gotta leave. Yeah, go check it out. Don't mind us.
Oh no, they blocked off the farm.
Tell Lord Nicholas that the road is blocked. Any person or vehicle that wants to get through is to be stopped and searched.
And what are we looking for exactly?
A 5-year-old kid. Hugo de Rune.
Oh, he's 5?
Talking about me?
Lord Nicholas wants him alive.
Usual. Captain of the Purple Guard wanting them alive?
Very important, I was told. Lord Nicholas
Okay.
has his orders direct from the Grand Inquisitor himself. So
And
keep your eyes peeled.
you're super important for some reason, Hugo.
There's a garden there.
What? Hey,
Uh,
look out. There's someone here.
No, no, there's not. Don't worry about it. We're not here. Shit. Okay, well, that's fine. Sometimes it's difficult to pay attention to where everyone is at all times. But hey. It's fine. Okay, Batman's going back that way. We'll just hang out here for a second. I take a pot. And we throw it over there.
Where was that noise coming from? Over there?
Yeah. Just go check that out. Leave us alone. And we'll just be out of your hair as if nothing ever happened. Isn't that great? Alright. I do want... What is this? Ooh, less noise would be nice, but I don't think that's really an issue right now. So let's go ammunition bag. Pouch would be lovely in the long run, but again, just not having to reload or find ammo as often would be nice. I would like to not have to search for rocks all of the time, basically, is the thing.
What did I do? Why are they looking for me?
You didn't do anything. They're the ones who did something.
If they
Yeah.
catch us, will they hurt us?
Absolutely.
They are not going to catch us, alright?
Alright.
Okay. Well, we're certainly gonna try to not get caught. At least. No promises. Where are you going? Hugo?
Hugo? Hugo? Where are you? Hugo, it's not funny.
Hugo, please don't run away from me.
Hugo, if you don't come here this instant, I'm leaving you behind.
Here I am.
Uh-oh.
I only wanted to play a game.
This is not
I
a time to
understand,
do
but
this.
yeah.
You're playing, right?
It's a bad time for it. It's okay. Okay. Pigs. Hey, Hugo, do we...
Piggies, you should hide. It's dangerous.
Oh. He just wants the pigs to be safe. I mean, same though. Okay, what's in here? Lots of bits. There was a man there. Okay, now is a good time to go through. Please. Button wasn't wanting to show up for me. Oh!
They're everywhere.
Yeah, just kinda. Hey, do you want to go look over that way?
It's all the racket.
And then we'll just, again, just casually make our way over this way. Don't worry, we're not gonna bother anybody.
It was a false alarm.
Oh, that man is guarding a chest and I want it. wait until he goes around a little bit. And then now we'll...
That noise. Better go see what it was.
Yeah, give me that. Give me that. I don't know that I can kill these men. Just given that they've got armor and I didn't necessarily see any, like, weak points on it.
Hey, someone of ours along the trail earlier. Dead as a doornail.
Could probably kill these guys.
Had he been bitten?
Yeah.
Did you touch him?
No.
Good. Because when a rat bites you, it poisons your blood. You get boils all over, and everyone around you can get it and die too. That's why it's...
What's all the noise?
That noise? I think it came from over there.
Okay. Got both of them distracted, so we'll just make our way through here. I mean... you got... bring it up with these guys!
Shit, it's nearly dark. I need to calm down.
I mean, I don't necessarily think it's a great design, you know, for their armor, but I'm also not gonna argue with them about it, because it makes it easier for me to deal with them. Okay, let's just cut on through now. This is a good time to do it. Give me that. And I don't know that I need to do this, but I'm gonna...
What was that noise?
I would like for him to stay distracted for a bit, and I think he would turn around a little too quickly for me. If I didn't do it... If I didn't throw the pot, so... That's what's happening there. And... Are we done?
So they can't see us anymore.
No, they can't.
Okay.
I'll give you a hand.
We're home free.
All right.
It's great. Wonderful. What is happening?
Fall back. What's happening?
Rats. Rats is happening. It's awful rats out today. Oh.
Hugo, we can't stop.
Oh, buddy.
I feel funny.
Come on. You'll be able to rest when we get to Laurentius's place.
No.
It hurts.
I don't know what to do, Hugo. What would Mommy do?
Give me medicine.
I can carry you. That's the best I can do. Come on, climb up.
Oh. I mean, the last time he had an episode, she talked him through it, right? We can give a piggyback too, though. That's fine.
I shouldn't leave the house, you know.
I know.
That must be why I feel all funny.
You're just tired.
Cloudy with a chance of ransom light whining.
I miss her.
Oh.
See her.
Huh?
Aww. Amicia, listen. Mother's overrated. I'll let Hugo do a little bit of whining here and there. He's a baby.
Only he shut me inside again. Like Mummy.
He'll get us to safety.
Alright. It's true, it's dangerous out here. But sometimes it's fun too.
You'll get better one day.
Oh, that's a lot of
animals.
Yeah.
What happened here? We're going to
Bad
have to be careful
things.
now. You better get down, Hugo.
Hey Hugo, how are you feeling a little better?
It's getting in my shoes.
Yeah, I tried to walk around it, buddy. I'm sorry.
The torch! Get to the torch, quickly! Calm down. It's all right. They can't reach us. Come on,
Oh,
let's go.
jeez. And we run. Where's the next one? Quite a ways away.
We'll be all right if we stay away from them.
It's fine.
I'll get you up.
No, it's not fine, actually. There are more rats over here. Oh.
That was close.
Heck.
That mud again. We'll never get through.
What are we... Ah, I see. Oh, sorry, I don't have my rocks equipped. Aki!
Are they really all dead?
Yeah.
They've been slaughtered by the Inquisition, probably.
I'm going to be sick.
That's a lot of pigs. Okay, there were sticks up there. So I assume that's the way that we want to go. Ooh, actually, before we do that though. We're already kind of getting full up on supplies. Which is a little annoying. You know what? Actually, put that down. We don't need to light it here. Because we can light it here.
Come on. Here we go again.
Oof, Alright, let me light that up, please. And there's the next fire. Once again, gotta go through the bad, horrible rats and mud. Don't you love it? Isn't this great? Delightful bonding experience for these two, really. Alright. Let's grab all that.
Let's push this.
And we push.
Come on. Nearly there.
We're not.
Why did they kill the pigs?
Maybe to contain the rats here.
Oof,
Very heavy.
yeah. Nah, you're doing great, buddy.
Talk. Push.
We're almost there. Like, actually, this time. Almost properly there. Good job, bud. You did great.
We did it.
Can I go through? Thank you.
We made it.
Alright. Hey, let's not yell.
But what if it's not the Rentiers? Huh? Did you think of that?
Sorry.
It's okay. We just gotta be more careful and a little more quiet.
It's pretty. It's really dark. Maybe there's a monster in it.
No, I don't think so. Horse. Hans. Hello?
Locked.
Okay.
We have to get in somehow.
Well, yes, but no. Where are you going, buddy?
Oh, those bags look
They're
heavy.
alive.
Rotten grain.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Must be to feed the pig.
Aww. He said, I'm sorry about your friends. Precious baby. Is there...
Empty.
Look, I mostly...
The rats must have been here.
I mostly just want items, specifically tools. Would love some tools and a workbench. Because, oh boy, do I have so much stuff. Are we just gonna crash in the barn? Is that what's happening here? Hi, we live here now.
Climb up.
Oh, jeez. More rocks. Hi, Farley. Farley is here. He says hello. Hi, sir. There is nothing else here. Can we jump down? No. Alright, so the point of coming up here was to get some rocks. Cool, love that.
I'll go first.
Yes.
Love rocks. Go on. Get out of here, sir. Sorry, he's not patting at my chair yet. But he's just like rubbing up against my legs. Which would be fine, except for the fact that he's very big. And keeps knocking into stuff under my desk. And I need him to not do that. Alright, I know that there's a hole in there that we can climb through. But before we commit to that, I wanted to look around.
Hugo, this is not really the time, you know.
Please.
All right, go ahead.
Called Granny's bonnet. It's as if she's hanging her head because she's sad.
Perhaps she would be less lonely with us.
Yes, it's not good to be alone.
All right, let's go.
Sorry, I like that we can change the flowers in Amicia's hair, and also that Hugo knows so much about these. Of course he does. What else was he supposed to do or learn about while he was locked away inside? But like,
it smells funny.
It's alcohol from the stills.
Okay.
Someone's there.
Excuse me? Also, I can't make anything because I don't have any fucking tools! I don't know that we want to be here. This man doesn't sound like he's doing too good. Are there tools in here? Sir, you have to have tools. He doesn't. He doesn't have any tools. Great, love that. Cool. Hey. Laurentius? Assuming that's who you are?
Who are you? Magister Laurentius. Stop right there. He's contagious.
Hugo. Here.
The Inquisition came. We lost everything. There was nothing I could do.
Of course. They came for him. An evil. An ancient evil.
Oh?
Courses through your family's veins. In its blood. Your mother and I attempted to slow its progress. But ever since the Great Break,
You were just like, what the fuck is this man talking about?
you must protect him, Amicia. Continue your mother's work.
Me? But how? My parents tried and now they are both dead. Leave me alone.
Don't yell at him.
They're here.
The rats are dangerous, but disorganized. The Inquisition, however, they seek the boy tirelessly. We have to disappear. Head to the Chateau d'Ombrage. Lucas, go to the barn. You will finish the Ignifer.
Don't try to talk. I will prove myself. I'm sorry about your parents, but you're not alone anymore. We have to move fast. You can help me make the Ignifer. It will protect us from the rats.
Okay.
Come, Hugo. I don't want you to stay here.
I understand why Amicia's responding the way that she is. But I need her to...
What are we going to do?
But I need her to stop taking it out on Hugo?
They've managed to get in. Find a way to keep them busy.
Oof. Okay, well... Before we do that...
Drawing. What does it represent?
A philosophy. I would even say a whole life. Well, oh, the hams. Good idea.
Ah, but they're frightened of the light.
The lantern. It's all right. Do it. There.
Okay.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
That's it. Hugo, give me your hand.
No.
Very well, but stay close to me.
Are you two okay?
It's been a day. Been a heck of a time. Where are you going?
Hello there. Not a night to stay outside, hey?
Aunts. You coming, Hugo? No, she's just gonna stay with the horse. Okay, that's fine. Oh, okay,
Oh, no.
I understand.
They've come back.
They're everywhere.
We have to reach the back of the barn. We can't leave without the ignifer. How are we going to do it?
Well... That's a good question. How are we gonna do this? Because, I definitely can't jump over right now.
We need meat. Dead or alive.
We can use this.
I see.
No.
Are you going to feed him?
No. Oh, the poor pig.
Time, Piggy. Yum yum.
Well, rip piggy.
That's it.
Make sure you chew properly, or you'll get stomachache.
We have to make sure it stays.
I'll close the door.
Okay. Are you doing it or not? He said he was gonna close the door. Are you closing the door? Am I closing the door? Okay.
There's a ladder down the side. Come on.
Let's go. Hugo? Hugo, listen. You can sulk if you like, but stay close.
Oh, jeez. Also, a chest that I missed. Tools? Tools! Okay,
Come on,
well...
get up there.
Can I... No, I've already committed to coming up here. Okay, that's fine.
The lights.
Yes. Hugo, look away, please.
Why?
Well... We're about to get rid of our little piggy friend here.
No, Amicia, what are you doing?
Listen, buddy. I can cancel it by just letting go of the aim button. Okay. Cool.
I'm sorry, Hugo. We have no choice, Hugo. We have to get the rats away.
It's horrible. You're just like all the others.
No, Hugo!
There was no other way.
Come on.
Rats love hot dogs as much as the next person. Yeah, Hugo, I'm not happy about it either, buddy, but we gotta do what we gotta do. Come on.
Watch your step.
This is more than just a doctor's lab.
My master is also and above all a great alchemist. Your name is Amicia, right? I'm Lucas.
Hi,
I would like to
Lucas.
show you something, but it requires alcohol and sulfur. There must be some around here.
Hey, I
Tell
got
me when you found them.
plenty
right.
of that.
Alcohol and sulfur. Alcohol, sulfur, that's everything.
Okay.
Leviter,
Extractum sic, an alchemical blend. Latin. I'm dissolving the reagents.
Oh.
Oh, it's just alchemy.
Lucas, why am I not ill like Laurentius?
Here you go, Lucas. Right. Now you have to mix them.
I didn't mean to interrupt
Do
their
it
dialogue.
slowly,
I thought I
it's
was
not
picking
dangerous.
something up.
All right.
I can now craft the ignifer. Hey. Okay. Oh, you want me to do that now?
So, this is it. What? Oh no! No! We're stuck! Not yet. The ignifer, Amicia. It's time. Aim for the embers at the center of the room. All right. Whoa.
Hey!
It makes fire.
Did I do that? Did I really just do alchemy? Yes.
You're an alchemist, Amicia.
Like mother, like daughter. You know what? I'll show you how to create other projectiles. It will be really useful. I'd love to. Thank you. I finished my mixes. We have to go back to Laurentius. Amicia,
Okay.
You should go ahead.
Okay. Was there anything else that I can get while we're here? Okay. No, we've gotten everything. Perfect. Ugh.
Rats, get back! The ignifer! Throw it on the embers! Please don't blow up in my face.
Hooray! Okay, get me out of here.
You go first.
It's bad here, and I don't want to be here anymore. Also, we'll probably get back into Laurentius's house and then take a short break.
There's a lot of them. Laurentius, I'll clear away.
So I can stretch and use the bathroom and
This way. Yes, of course.
get some more water.
Come on.
Leave me alone.
Hugo, listen. About earlier, I just wanted to tell you that I'm... No, Amicia!
Ah, jeez.
Lucas, wait!
Well, I was hoping that I could use the workbench that was in there now that I have tools, but apparently that's not gonna happen.
Hey, stop! We need you!
Poor guy.
Hugo, Lucas!
New friend, though!
They're everywhere!
Lucas! I'm here! Where does this trail lead to? Lucas! Where's this taking us? To the river!
Well, I'm glad I made as many of those as I did.
Which way? Where now? There! There's a boat over there.
I need...
Just past the mill. So let's go!
Amicia, the windmill is almost on fire.
No, I know. I don't... Oh, you want me to do it this way? Okay.
Lucas, this way!
Oh, hey! I, for some reason, thought that, pulling up my ammo was going to pause everything? Apparently that is not the case. Now we know.
Past the mill. So let's go!
Amicia, the windmill is almost on fire.
Lucas, this way!
Okay, well... Ooh. That is so ungodly loud. Hold on. We'll just turn it down a smidge. That's still so loud. Hey, sorry about your master, Lucas. Probably better that he dies this way than, you know, the slow, long death that the bubonic or that the plague brings. Just saying. Alright, can I pause here? Yeah, okay. Since it's the start of a chapter, let's take a short break. Yeah, short break. Like 10 minutes or so. Like, I need to grab a quick snack and do a stretch and get some more water. So yeah, we'll be right back. Yes. think we're good to go. I had a big breakfast, lunch, big food before, a little before streaming, but it's been a minute because we've been live for like 2 hours now. And I needed a little snack. So snack got, water refilled, bathroom used. More rats? Should we rat some more? I think we should do some rats. I'm really liking this so far. It's neat. I realize I like may not have been saying a whole bunch, but I'm listening. I'm experiencing. I'm very helps to unmute the game. There we go. Alright. Yeah. It's been a nice change of pace to just like, I don't know. Like I said, like, you ever go through those periods where you're like, I only want to play these types of games right now. And these ones, off the table. Don't even ask me about them. Kind of what's been going on here. I've just been... Vampire has, like, sparked in me the need for narrative games. It's been so good. Also, our boy's gone a little veiny? Hugo?
Yes? What does he have in his blood?
There's an old story. It tells of the Prima Macula. The alchemists say it was the first corruption, and that it silently travels in the blood of certain families. But something happened. The Great Break, and the macula awoke in Hugo's blood.
But what will it do to him?
The macula cares for neither good nor evil. It evolves with its host. To change things. The world. You know, your mother and Laurentius were trying to help your brother. But they
What does
failed.
any of that mean?
No. I think they just ran out of time. This is it.
Lucas, you've said a lot of big words that I don't understand.
Hugo, wake up.
Hi, buddy.
We'll walk from here. It'll warm you up.
If we follow the aqueduct, we should arrive at Chateau d'Ambrage before nightfall.
What's that noise? Nothing. It's just frogs, Hugo.
Oh, look at the frog!
He seems well.
Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Look at him go!
There are so many!
Okay, well, Hugo, slow down for a second. Lucas, can you not walk directly in front of me?
Aren't you cold?
Jason Funderburger.
Hugo doesn't seem to mind.
He's keeping himself warm.
Yes, but he's too far for my liking.
Hugo, come back! Hugo, come back! Stop running ahead! Look at him. I'm glad that he's enjoying himself despite everything, but I do need him to slow down. Hugo, that is the opposite of slowing down. I think you are, in fact, speeding up.
Hugo!
Ooh, give me those rocks. Are we... Yeah, we have as many of those as we can have. Where did you find that?
An English shield. Where did you find that?
Over there, lying on the ground.
Listen,
You should
Hugo.
put it back.
Put that down. It's not for children.
Oh, you're no fun.
Come on, let's go.
Do you smell that?
Oh, it stinks.
Yes, it's horrible.
What if we stumbled into this time? Hugo, where are you going? Hugo, we're going up here, buddy. Kid's lost. Hugo's a write-off. He is gone forever. We'll never see him again. Why have we slowed down? Oh, okay, because apparently Hugo needed to catch up so he could hold our hands. What's over here? A flower? Hugo, tell me about this flower.
They're so pretty. What are they again?
Gladioli.
Ah, yes, of course.
Don't you like them?
That's not a good sign.
Hugo, they're flowers.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with them? What's the matter, Hugo? I thought you liked flowers. Oh, okay. Lucas keeps running in front of us as if to lead us somewhere, and then does a very bad job of it. Also, what's in here? Leather. Great. Alright, where's the stinky smell coming from?
What is that?
Ugh, it really smells.
It's coming from over there.
Hugo, please don't run ahead.
Lucas, come quick, look.
A bog? A battlefield.
Oh my god.
Are they all dead?
Yeah.
Carry on. Amicia, we have to follow the aqueduct.
Oof.
Goodness.
Amicia, do we have to walk on them?
I know, Hugo, but we don't have a choice.
Yikes.
Do you think we are hurting them?
No.
Just keep moving, Hugo. Come on.
No, I don't think that they mind. You know, just generally speaking. Okay, well, there's stuff over here, and I would like that. Give me the bit. Is there a shiny thing over there? Is that what I saw? Yes. What is this? Rope?
We shouldn't be here.
Oh, the smell. It's unbearable.
Yes!
Don't look.
Stinky corpses! What's this? And we're gonna get rats. Ah, rats. Just legs everywhere. Oh, there's an arm.
Oh, the horse. Lucas?
I don't know.
Oh no, it's Hey, I think that the horse is full of rats. If I had to guess. So hey, if you're a little squeamish, maybe don't look for a second, because I think we're gonna see some rats. Horrible.
Oh no! The rats! Keep away from them!
Amicia, they're everywhere. Hundreds of them.
Ucky. Ucky.
Now! Run!
Well, it's time to go. Just a few too many.
We are soldiers.
We have to get out of here.
What were they doing?
They were looting.
But why?
To survive, probably. Us.
Oh, hey, please don't let the rats nibble on your feet. Consider. Okay. What? Just checking for items. Hey, y'all wanna...
We need fire.
Look, I think
Amicia, there's some wood down
we
there.
might have an option here. That's fine. Look, we're gonna do this cool thing.
Could you help me with this?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you want me to press
Could you lend a hand?
repeatedly?
Very well. We can't hold it back for long.
Hold on. Okay, I need to light that first. And then we do this.
Right now.
And then we tell Hugo to go get the sticks.
Hugo, you're going to have to go through.
Yes, yes.
Be careful.
I did it. I made it.
Okay, okay, the sooner you can get back, the better.
Now come back.
Okay, good job, bud.
There you go.
Thank you, Hugo.
Well done, you two. Paralyzed.
Okay, we need scoot on through. It's just that easy.
Into the grass quickly. He mustn't see us. Amicia, his lantern. I understand.
He's coming.
Nah, it's fine.
Hey! What the hell?
Oh, I meant to do this.
You've kept me busy, you little bastard.
Ow! Oh, fuck. Okay.
Who's over there?
Into the grass quickly. He mustn't see us. Amicia, his lantern. Oh Lord. It's horrible. But it worked.
Yeah, I guess it did. Okay, where do we go from here? Because there's rats everywhere. Is the thing about this situation? Lucas, where are we going? Okay. Well, I probably shouldn't have done it here. I think I see what the issue is. I think I probably should have waited for the man to not be on the bridge so that we could not block
Who's over there?
Into the grass quickly.
us having to go, you know?
Amicia, his lantern.
What?
I understand.
Kate. Yeah.
Okay. No.
Oh Lord. It's horrible. But it worked.
I used the wrong items for that, but oh well. It's fine. What's over here? What's that? What is that? More rocks.
Come.
Oh! Oh my god. Okay. So it didn't matter. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. Where are you going over here? Is there stuff over here? No, you're just wandering around like a silly goose. Okay, this was just extra. We did not have to come over here. But there's things everywhere. Ugh.
There are too many rats. We're stuck.
No, I think we'll be okay. Here's the thing, right? About what's going on here. We break that. Man's taken care of. I would like to set this on fire. Great. And then I would like to claim as much of this as I possibly can. Workbench, finally. I only have one thing of tools, though. Stupid. More materials would be good since we are starting to, like, go through it. You know? Although... no, that's fine. Just go ahead and get deeper pockets.
This should make things a little easier.
Also, is there... alright. Just mark those off since we've gotten them. I'll take one of those. I'll take some of these. Oh wait, I have more tools now. Hey! Second upgrade for me. No, never mind. I don't have enough. Alcohol is the thing that we're like super low on. It's because I've been using it for all the Ignifer, right? So is there any up here?
Come on, get up there. All right.
I would like to finish looting the bodies, if at all possible. Got some fabric and got more thread. None of this is what I needed, though, is the thing. And I don't know that the game understands that I need alcohol. Or, conversely, the game does understand that I need alcohol and is like, haha, wouldn't it be a funny joke if we just never gave Kaysh alcohol? Ah-ha-ha! Well, the thing is, it's not a funny joke, though.
Oh no, soldiers.
It's fine. Where? How do I get the man?
We need to push.
Let me help.
Mike, we're making too much noise. They're going to spot us.
No, it's gonna be okay. Because here's the thing. We do this. And then we get the man murdered. And it's great fun, actually. I want to get up there?
Come on,
Can I?
All right.
Can we push it back? Ah. Just casually roll it over the corpses. It's fine. Sorry, there's things everywhere, and I would like the things. I've been given the option to do a loot. And therefore, I would like to loot. Okay, let go.
A sign.
They're fighting with that.
Not everyone has enough money to buy a sword.
Is there anything else? Nope. So let's start pushing this again.
Let's push this. Yes, of course.
It is kind of just gonna roll down the hill if we're not careful, right? Nah, these kids got it. Strong. Where do I want to go, though? There's so many... I guess there aren't that many places to look, actually. As we take a peek.
The wheels are stuck in the mud.
We'll have to leave it here.
That's okay.
What the hell are you doing? Holding still.
This is proper horrible.
Come on, I just want his teeth.
Yeah, but still.
We need to pass below the aqueduct, monsieur.
Anyway.
The rats are everywhere. Shh. We'll find a way.
Suppose you're right.
Over there, a torch.
I might have a chance if I go alone.
Okay. Stay here.
Stay here. No problem.
You want me to try?
Unbelievable. I can't fucking stand these rodents.
All over the place.
Nothing better to do than muck around with a corpse.
I probably should have come with him. Okay, that's fine. We'll wait for him to come back. We have to be very, very quiet. Yikes, 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 yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Okay. Everyone come over here.
Go. I'm following you.
Great! Y'all have done a great job. What a wonderful pack of kids. Is there anything over here? There are some goodies. Okay. And having a bigger ammunition pouch would be lovely.
We're going to climb up.
But it is what it is for right now. And... oh, boy. Well. Hope the rats are ready to eat.
They've got sticks in their dummies.
Don't look.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ignore everything you see here, Hugo.
Help! Lads, help me! I'm
Amicia,
stuck!
there's someone over there. Come on, inside, quickly.
Who is shouting for us? Can I take this?
Amicia, he's trapped.
Shh. We have to keep moving.
Oh, about time!
Oh no!
Hey! Hey, what are you doing?
Sorry! We have to get out!
Amicia!
Don't leave me! I'm begging you! No!
Hugo, don't look! This way!
Oh, wait! Hey, can I start that over? I was gonna try and... I would like to save the man. Well, I didn't see that there was an option there. Can I save him?
Someone over there. We have to keep moving.
Oh, about time!
Oh no!
Hey! Hey, what are you doing? Stop!
Ah!
You saved me!
Here we go.
Thank you! Thank you!
You won't give the alert, will you?
The alert? No! No, no, no! I'm behind it than you, let you pass it. Go ahead. I didn't see anything.
Good.
I was hoping to turn all of them into dust, but it's fine. That's sneaky of them.
We'll do without it, Amicia.
I wanted to help the man. He seemed, I mean, not nice, but, you know, not horrible.
There's a soldier. He's blocking the way.
Okay, well now I know for the future to
Any other way? Damn.
be a little more.
We'll have to take him by surprise. Here, take this.
What is this?
Do with this stuff? Somnum. You see, mix them together.
go sleepy? Okay.
This perfect. Now you're going to crush it on his face.
Are you serious? Lucas! Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Very well. Be careful.
Okay. Nice.
Yes, for a while.
Thank you. This is going to save our lives.
What was that saying? If there's still somnum in your inventory when an enemy catches you, you can use it as a last resort. Costs a lot. Okay. Feels like the kind of game where every NPC experiences a type of personal hell after we leave. Absolutely. It's incredibly safe to assume that even if we help someone, it's likely that they're actually going to have a bad time. Even if we've gotten them out of a bad situation. I want to go over there. How do I...
Will that move? I'll try. I'm going to drop it. Look out!
Whee! Okay. Now what? Okay, don't send Hugo over before lighting that. Hugo, would you go grab that? Good job, buddy.
Go on, Hugo. That's it.
Okay. Thanks, bud. Alright, can you do that thing again, Lucas? Okay. Hey, good job. Everyone's doing great. And we're definitely not gonna get eaten by rats.
The hard part. I just want us to get out of here.
Nah, that's
Let's go.
correct. I also want us to get out of here is the thing. Just don't sneeze or anything. Okay, where? This way.
There's a fire behind that cart.
Alright, can I take this stuff? Oof, we are getting through our stuff, which is mildly upsetting. What is this? I could... This is the time it takes Amicia to get out and load her sling. It's not that slow at the moment. I really just want this ammunition pouch, right? We'll go ahead and do it. Because I do have tools, so it's just a matter of getting enough alcohol. So the next time we come across a bench, as long as we have enough alcohol, we'll be able to do it. Brr. Okay. Where did you say there was a fire? Oh. Found it. Let's go on over. And we got another cart to push. No, we have a cart to...
Get ready. We're going to have to stay in the light.
The cart. It's held by a chain.
Oops.
Let's go, let's go. We're not holding it back. No, run. I'm not sure about this. It's working for now.
Well, it is gonna run into that. It's fine, apparently. It wasn't actually an issue. Okay.
All right. It worked.
Just handle that. We need to light this.
There, on the tower. Those are bodies out there.
Yes.
We can pick up all of that. Where? Yeah. Oh. Okay, hold on. Am I... Okay, I still need this, though. That'll just help us not have to travel nearly as far. Which will be lovely. Stinky, though. Okay. I can drop this now. Every time Lucas, like, steps away from us like that, I get very concerned. Because I feel like he's gonna step into the rats. So I'm trying to see if there's, like, anything there since there are sticks here. Stay here, buddy.
I'll be quick.
Yes.
There's nothing here, right? Yeah, not really. Okay.
Good, you can come. I'll help you up.
I can't.
Oh, buddy.
Monsieur, I don't feel well.
What's the matter?
My head.
The macula. He's afraid. We have to get out of here. Hugo. Think of the frogs.
Think of the frogs!
You were chasing them.
You gotta think of the frogs, buddy.
Yes. We have to get out of here, Amicia.
We will. This place can't go on forever, right?
We're gonna get out of here, and we're gonna look at the frogs, and we're gonna talk about flowers, and it's gonna be a great time, okay? I promise.
There's an awful lot of them.
But we don't have a choice.
Courage, lads. I know you're tired. I know there's not enough of us. And I definitely know we'd all like to get far, far away from these fucking rats. But these are our boys.
Fucking rats.
For England. What if it were you? You'd want a decent burial, wouldn't you? That was a noise, right? I reckon it was. That way, intruders!
Ah, fuck. Well. Well. That seemed incorrect. I thought the man's back was to us. Okay, we'll just be a little more cautious, I guess.
There's an awful lot of them.
But we don't have a choice.
Lads, I know you're tired. I know there's not enough of us. And I definitely know we'd all like to get far, far away from these fucking rats. But these are our boys. They gave their lives for England. What if it were you? You'd want a decent burial, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Come on then. What was that sound? Eh? Eh?
Okay. Yeah, I think I might have just left a little too soon. Which is annoying, but hey. What can you do? Let's trying to see if there were bits. Oh! No, it's just water. Okay. Come on, Lucas. Let's get out of here. It's bad here!
Amicia,
Yeah?
I'm very tired.
Look, there are trees again.
Hey, we're almost out. And, well, we can't take a big old nap, but might not have to sneak around nearly as much.
Watch out.
Say something, arsehole. That's my sister, you bastard. Now let us go.
You'll never see us again. I swear.
Not a chance. Where I come from, we execute looters on the spot.
What do we do? Too risky. This way.
No, you know what? Okay. Well, I tried.
What about them? You're just gonna let them go?
What? Hey!
Now! Soldiers, there's trouble over here. Let's get out of here.
We're following them.
Well,
They're running away.
this isn't great. Oh no! Oh no!
Run!
I'm coming. Oh, never mind. I am not coming. Whoopsies! How many chapters are in this game? I wonder. Let me look.
Hey, wakey wakey. Better eat something. You're lucky, you know. Your everyday corpse robber usually gets a sword in the belly. No questions asked. But me, I've got an eye for that fancy jewelry. And you're lucky I like gold better than blood, Lady Deroon.
Where is my brother?
Shut up. The better you look, the higher the ransom. Might have bruised the goods a bit too much already.
The ransom? Who's paying it?
Oh, you'll see soon enough. You're not in your shadow anymore, so cork it, all right?
Jeez.
Mangy.
There are 17 chapters in this video game. My god. I like these sneaky people. Are they our friends now? Do we have sneaky friends? Hi, sneaky friends.
Who are you? Melly? The other one's Arthur. This is all your fault. Where is my brother? Hey, keep your voice down. Those dogs took my sling. You don't need it.
I do, though? Is the thing I do kind of need my sling?
Arthur will make him move. What? How? A distraction. He's waiting for us to tell him where and what, so keep your eyes open. The cart. That'll do the trick. Get ready. For what? To follow me. So he's your brother. Come on.
We got an idea how many deaths were on our side?
Hard to say. Thousands for sure. But the rats make counting difficult.
You go alone with those butchers. They won't hurt him. You don't understand. If he's afraid, you have to be patient.
Where are rats coming from? Is it a burrow?
We have to clear the way.
No. Rats have decimated Valva.
Do you see that? That won't make enough noise.
Okay, well that...
The barrel with the spears. Well done. Get ready to go.
And this is just the beginning.
There's no room.
Good job. Let's go.
I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Say your name was Melly? I've already forgotten what she said her name was. Hold on.
is something.
Jax, for Hugo.
Hey, you! Stay where you are!
Whoop.
Let's go take a look.
But I wanted the things. But I wanted the bits. Oh no. Do I keep them? Yes? I think so.
Rats have desolated Valois villages.
We have to clear the way.
Reported from bites or contagion. It is a divine.
The barrel with the spears. Well done. Get ready to go.
There's no room for a war in this. King Edward must order.
Good job, Arthur. Let's go.
Okay. We'll be a little more cautious this time.
What was that?
Nothing.
Nothing to worry about.
Okay. Hi, Fruity. It's rats. There's rats. Ooh! Fuck! I got stuck. It's bad. Ma'am, we have to go. Ma'am, we have to leave. Well, okay. Well, we're fucked. It's bad. Okay, this is fine. How's it going, friend? How are you doing? I don't think I can, like, pause at all. I just have to keep following her, which is kind of annoying because there are things there that I want, but I think we're fine on leather. That's fine. You don't have to know when I'm streaming. We're just here and hanging out.
Watch out for the bottles.
You're here now, and that's what matters. Also, thanks, Travis, for getting that shout out. Okay. We gotta just keep walking. Perfect.
Be careful.
What a pain having to wait between battles.
Why?
Those two over there with their bows nattering non-stop.
Ooh.
They're training on a dead body. Yes, that's war for you.
Okay.
That's how you teach a Valois a lesson.
Ooh.
Stay down. All right.
Yeah, but it was easy.
Let's go.
Without thinking.
Let's go.
Mars of
Yeah, it's cool. I like this game so far. It's interesting. I am struggling a little bit, but that's just because I'm bad at stealth.
Yeah, well spotted.
There's our friend. No rat splootin'. I don't think that these rats like being splooted is the thing. I would love to do a sploot on them, but they don't seem fond. I have been feeding them though, so you know, maybe one day we'll be in their good graces and they'll let us do a sploot.
He's no longer in the service of King Philip.
It is rather odd to be so interested in the children.
Why don't you go ask the sister some questions? She must be awake.
Oh no, don't worry. It was bound to happen.
Yeah, but we didn't want it to happen now is the thing. What is this rumble? Is that thunder? I hear rumbles and I just think it's rats. And
This not bad at all. What are you doing? This is not the time. I'm making your rescue profitable. That's what I'm doing. What about this chest? I saw powder, probably for alchemy. Useless.
no.
If you want me to open it, just say.
Open it.
Would you, please?
Open it. Open it. I need the things.
There you go. Enjoy.
Nice.
Come on, I'm coming.
Not that much, really, but hey. Oh, yeah. No, I know I don't have my equipment, but I thought I could still at least make some sleepy powder or something.
Not that way. There are loads of them.
Okay. Yeah, we can't sploot rats here. And it's tragic?
Sound the alarm. Intruder. Well, look out. There's someone there. Look,
Melly, you have to run. This is stupid. I didn't hit anything to wake him up. I didn't touch him. I don't understand why he got up. I have to recollect this again. Annoyed. For a game that's very stealth heavy, I don't understand the stealth sometimes.
There are loads of them.
Give me that.
We're running out of bread and wine.
Hey. Nobody notice us. We're just casually walking through. There's no problems.
Half of the reserves just disappeared.
You're crazy. What? We got through, didn't we? Just.
Yeah, there's a timeline in which that didn't happen, actually, Melly. Because the men just decided to suddenly wake up for no reason. So, you know, that's cool and fun and neat.
My brother. Looks like it. Quickly.
Coming to get you. Soon you'll be far away from here.
Amicia, where is she?
Bastards, the bastards. Calm
We're
down.
gonna keep her with us, right, guys?
Okay.
No, no, please don't.
The girl!
Just be thankful you're still alive. Not. Huh? What do you mean, the girl? Come on, spit it out.
The girl's escaped! Her cage is open. Everyone's looking for her.
Don't worry about it.
Spread out! Watch the doors and stay on your toes. A cage doesn't just open like that. Might be the Valor's doing.
Now's the time.
Okay. Do we... When you say now's the time, you mean come out here and get Hugo, right?
Hugo, I'm here.
Amicia.
Are you alright? Are you hurt?
No, get me out, please.
We have to get that cage down. It's alright, Hugo. Listen, my sling. Did they have it when they locked you up?
Yes, they put it in the trunk there.
Right.
Where? There. Melly, can you open this? Also, did Lucas manage to get out? I know he, like, ran. But... is he good? Is he fine?
Shit, I don't believe it.
Finally. Now,
Okay,
Hugo,
great.
I need to get the cage down.
We got our things, but there's also a workbench here, and I would like to use that.
It's alright,
Hugo is fine!
I was scared.
It's okay, buddy. What is this?
I must be able to free Hugo with my sling.
Let me do this real quick.
Not bad. Not
Okay.
bad at all.
Cool, so now I can carry more rocks, which is lovely. And there's our boy. Hey, Melly?
The lock.
Please free my brother.
Shit, I don't believe it. We're fucked.
Easy.
They said someone's going to take me.
It's alright.
No, no one's gonna take you. Only me. I will take you.
Oh, they said they were going to take me away, and I wouldn't see you again.
My brother is getting a little veiny, which is not great.
Here.
We're staying together, right?
Of course. And we're going to go with Melly. She's here to help us.
She's the thief.
And she's sorry she turned us in earlier. Aren't you, Melly? Yeah. I'm a bad girl. Happy now? Can we go? Take my hand, Hugo. Let's get going.
Yes.
There's a way out at the far end of the camp. If you really know how to use that sling, you'd better go first. Uh-huh.
Okay. I guess. Okay, well, let me steal some of the bits that are over here first. Because it looks like there's quite a bit. Like some tools! You'll love to see it. Where are the men's?
Hey.
had enough of running.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Oh well. Probably for the best.
Okay. Please just keep going, sir. Don't mind us. I would kill him, but I am concerned about his body just being out in the open. Okay, great. We're doing great. We're doing great. There's no problems. Fuck.
Come on.
Can we steal a horse, maybe? Have we considered taking a horse and leaving? That might be better for us.
I can't see anything.
Like, as a whole?
Just get out like that.
Sir, you can't see me. I'm hiding behind things. Okay, how do we do this? I mean, we did just get a pot, didn't we? So...
Maybe she's still close to the cages.
What? Let's go take a look. Not crazy. I heard something.
Please?
Let's see what we can see.
Do you want some more? I still have some. Ah! Leave us in peace! That was... Wow. Are you trying to win the war on your own or what?
I mean... Whoop. Don't run. No run. And we'll just take care of him too. Listen. These people are bad and we don't like them. And... so what if we take out a whole camp on our own, you know? Do you kind of want to just, like...
This is the English Declaration of War.
Loot some stuff.
The French throne. When I want something, I don't declare it. I take it. Yes, but you're a thief. He's a king. What's the difference?
Oh!
Nothing to report. Let's go take a look.
Nope, don't worry about it, my guy. Alright. Alright? Fucking English. I'm gonna... Don't worry, I'm here to rock all day. It's a rock kind of day, you know? Sometimes you just gotta rock. Idiot can't even see us. Alright, look. Now that I now that I feel comfortable and am equipped to do it, I mean, why not clear out the camp and loot all of the things, you know? I deserve it. Huh? You didn't see nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing occurred. I do like that Hugo's no longer complaining about us killing people. He understands. He knows that we kind of have to. Right? Like, it's a bad situation that we're finding ourselves in. He understands that if a few English soldiers get rocked, it's okay. Whoa, don't do that. I just meant to stand up, that's all. Alright, let's get out of here. What's that? I think those are rocks. Do I am full up. Okay. Well, you know what? Not a bad haul. All things considered. I am still a little concerned about where Lucas is. Oh, these guys have stuff on them? No, not always. Okay. Well, how do we leave? I don't know that I have enough rocks. No, I have enough rocks to do at least a couple of them.
Children, and I have to capture them myself. These Plantagenets are useless.
He killed my parents. He's going to slaughter us.
Melly, run!
Hey! What a cool guy!
Take them out, Amicia. They're coming. The Inquisition. What the hell did you do? Nothing.
I existed.
I think they want Hugo. It's time to get out of here. This is our way out. Hurry! Don't slow down, Hugo. Follow Melly.
Alright. Go on, Hugo. Get on up there. Oh, that man is imposing. Okay. Hugo's just bored of the murder now.
Let's go.
I mean, it's very possible. No! No! No!
Let's go.
It does, definitely. Melly, can you please? Yeah, do that.
I'll take care of them.
There's nowhere for you to go.
Oh, good.
Come on.
That went so much faster than I thought it was going to. Aki! Aki!
It's Arthur. We have to hurry. Let's go.
I have the distinct feeling that Arthur is gonna fucking die. He's been too helpful this entire time. And he's gonna die. Hey, chapter 7. 10 chapters left. The plan wasn't necessarily to beat this today, and I still don't think that we're going to, but we're getting much further in than I thought we were. I mean, granted, we have been playing for 3-ish hours now, so...
Do you know where we're going? Right now, we have to hide. Arthur and I know a place. And Lucas, he's waiting at your chateau. All in good
Oh!
time.
Hey!
Going to see Lucas again?
I hope so.
Good, I'm glad that he's okay.
He's nice.
Lucas is delightful.
Save your breath, Hugo. We're on the right track. Let's keep moving.
Also,
We're not
my
safe yet.
sweet baby boy is back. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
What the hell? Question after you. What's so special about the little guy? It's complicated. And what about your brother? Will he be alright? He'll catch up with us. He really saved our lives. It was incredible. Hey, don't get all lovey-dovey. He'll break your poor little heart. No.
I don't know. Listen, ma'am, I'm just thankful.
Yeah, we're going to use it to cross.
What?
Alright.
What are those birds?
Ducks.
Oh, like the ones we eat?
Yep.
Yes. And they eat frogs. That's life. Not interrupting anything, am I? Come on. It's not a good idea to stay here.
Listen, Melly, I have to tell my brother about everything.
Is he always like that? He hasn't seen much of the world. This isn't the best moment to start.
Well, too fucking bad, Melly.
Hey, slow down.
It's closed.
I'll do it.
Okay. Listen.
It's open.
Oh, a big wheel.
It's for crushing the wheat.
Give me that. Anything else? No. Okay. I would like another workbench if at all possible.
The current's too strong.
How are we going to get across?
By stopping it.
And how are we
Okay.
going to stop it?
Like this.
Yeah, we'll find a way.
We just do this.
The current's slowing down, but not enough. There must be something else. Hugo, can you take care of it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's working. Yay! All we have to do now is cross over. Melly, can you look after it?
No, Melly, you need to do that one.
It'll hold up. Well, doesn't look like I'll be taking a bath today.
And then you go. Oh, fuck.
Stop.
And then you can go. Wait, no. Okay, I have to go over. I see.
Alicia, you're not leaving without me, are you?
Of
I'm
course
Hugo.
not.
I'm just trying to find a way to get you across. You sound like Arthur.
Okay. We've done that. And then you can stop doing that, Hugo. And you can come here. Hey.
And there you go. See? Simple.
We beat the mill.
We beat the mill.
That'll hold them up for a while.
Because they're idiots and they don't know how to puzzle? Or just because it'll take them a bit? Ooh, also. Workbench. What can I do? We can be sneakier. Probably a good thing to do, honestly.
This should make things a little easier.
Pouch should be our next... the next thing that we get. Okay.
We'll go through here.
Hey.
Trying to impress me or what? No. All right, come on.
It's pretty here, and it smells like earth.
It does look lovely.
Is that where Lucas is?
I hope so.
The Aki Duck?
It's going to look like much.
The Aki Duck?
Village.
Oh my
Just one
god.
night years ago. Some
Oh
say
my
there's a curse around
god.
She's joking, Hugo. Of course I am. Since when do I say anything true, eh?
This is my sweet little boy Hugo, and I adore him. He says things like Aki
Yes.
Duck.
But they left.
Where did they go?
Somewhere else.
A bit like
And
us.
Yes.
it's
a bit
perfect.
like us.
I fucking love this kid. Oh my god. Oof. What is this? New flower! New flower just dropped!
Hawthorn, I think. Nobody likes it because of the thorns, but it's good for the heart.
Well, aren't you a fount of knowledge?
Mommy told me.
You can teach me.
Pretty.
And will you teach me how to use the sling?
It's a deal.
Absolutely. Anything for you, Hugo. New flowers. Wonderful. He's a smart boy. He likes flowers, and he likes looking at animals, and he's very good. And again, he says things like Aki Duck. Because Aqueduct is too hard to say. He's perfect. Never change.
Alicia.
Hugo, what are you doing? Come here.
Oh.
Do you wanna piggyback?
Hugo, look at me. Is it starting again?
You want a piggyback ride? I can give you a piggyback ride.
Somebody's going inside. My legs are shaking.
Sorry, my bottle's like flipping out. I was just trying to drink my water.
It's not the bite. It's something in his blood since he was little. I'll have to carry him. Climb on my back if you can. Come on.
Yeah, don't worry. It's not the plague.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Don't apologize.
What about you? I'm fine. Lucas is fine. That's also why we're going to the chateau.
Sometimes Anime Case just needs to have a little freak out.
I'm scared.
Of what, Hugo?
Don't worry about
What's
it.
in my head?
It's
Don't
fine.
worry. We're all scared of what's in our heads. Here we are. You'll be able to rest. At last.
Hey, we can do a nap.
Help me lift this.
Hugo needs it.
I'm coming. Hugo, can you climb down, please?
Just have a quick sit down, buddy. We'll be right back with ya. Ooh.
Is this your house?
It's a hideout, lad.
He literally just said, "Damn, you live like this."
Ladies. Don't touch that. It's my brother's. That's worth a lot, that is.
Jesus, Hugo.
Have you been living like this? Like ruffians and beggars, you mean? Family tradition. Our dad was a piece of rubbish. Tried to beat us one time too many, so we skedaddled. But you're almost royalty. Royalty?
Monsieur,
What does mean?
I'm cold.
Can't you see? Look at us. We've lost everything. What do you mean? Who's going to pay us then? What are you talking about? Your mate Lucas. He said you're rich. Just forget it, alright? Take Arthur's straw mattress, and when he finally gets here, we'll have a proper discussion.
Why would Lucas say this? I thought Lucas was a good guy. Lucas, what the fuck? Oh no.
So, see anything?
No, nothing there.
Yikes.
Hey, men! This way! I need some help!
I don't like that it's dark in here. That likely means rats.
Where? Just trust me. And your brother? He should have been here by now. Sorry. Don't give up on him just yet.
Shit. Stay down. He has a helmet. Ah, Devorantis. What? Devorantis. Saltpeter and alcohol. It burns your face and melts steel. No one can keep their helmet on with that. Get some ready.
Okay. There might be a single rat in the corner. Just the one. No, get back down, you fools. Oh my god. Okay. I know how to do things. Okay, I will in a minute. Boop.
Hit him on the head with a rock. Go on.
I'm gonna
Oh.
show you what we do to cowards.
Oops. There we go. I know how to do things.
It's noisy.
It's fine. That rat's cool. That's a good rat. That's a splootin' rat right there. That's a rat you could sploot.
Shit. Look. There's one with a helmet. You know what to do. Yes.
If I find her, any idea where the whetstones are?
In one of the boxes. But it's an unholy mess in there.
Who has the helmet on? It's hard to see. Him? Don't worry about it. Your friend is just dead.
Efficient. I like it. If there are two of them, there are bound to be more. We have to get out of here.
Yeah. We gotta get back to the Aki Duck! Listen! We gotta go to the Aki Duck! Oh, sorry. I love Hugo so much. I would literally die for this boy. Oh my god.
You see the little palace over there? That's our way out. Listen, Alicia, you have the sling, so you go first. Hugo, you keep a lookout and stay quiet.
Alright.
Understood.
There's
Yeah, I know, buddy. We're gonna do what we can to make sure that you're safe. And it'll be okay. No one's here. Nothing happened. No one's here. Okay. We're doing great. These guys are chumps, basically, is what we're coming to the conclusion of. Bunch of idiots, basically. Boop! Again, it is starting to get dark, though, so I am concerned that the rats are gonna show back up. And I'm not looking forward to that. Because A, they're loud. Just goes to show you that just because you're a war nerd doesn't mean you're not gonna get rocked. Rock! Alright, anyone else? I need all of these men to go away because I gotta get Hugo to the Aki Duck. Alright. It's important that we get to the Aki Duck. Ugh, got a problem. That man does not have a helmet on.
Oh, I saw something wonderful.
Nah, you didn't see nothing. Okay. I need to do a loot. Stop with that. Stop dodging. I keep hitting the dodge button instead of the stand up button. Which is a little bit of a problem.
Never seen an explosion like it. My ears are still ringing. We got the one what did it though. A young thief who's...
They got the boy.
What are you doing there? Hey, can you hear me?
No, the man is dead, my guy. Here's the thing. Your friend, he kind of has exploded. I don't need to kill every man that we come across.
No, they're only kids. Probably just hiding in the bushes somewhere. Oh, Nicholas is used to it. They don't call him the Scarlet Monk for nothing.
Okay. Yeah, we can probably stop doing murders on all these guys. Oh, but there's a thing there. There are things there. Plural. And also there's a tent, which probably has a lot of stuff. Just saying. Alright. So what if we do continue to take a short detour and actually kill every single man that we come across? Consider. Please go up the little hill.
Easy. What do you think you're doing down there, huh? Hello? Come on, get
Done.
You must be pretty damn special, young man, to merit all this nonsense.
It's not my fault.
And he's humble, too. A map of the whole country. What are these bastards up to?
I mean, they're waging war, is what's happening. That wasn't really worth it, was it? It's just a collectible. I mean, I have gotten a fair number of, craftable things.
Nearly there.
But
The portcullis is
I probably used as much as I got.
side entrance.
Over here?
Let's get out of here.
Come
Yeah,
on.
let's be done here now.
Go ahead.
Moving
So kind of you,
on.
Your Highness.
Okay, I don't know that I like Melly.
Go on, get moving.
What are you going to do to me? Careful.
It's Lucas.
The cart should be arriving soon with fresh supplies. They'll take you to the Inquisition.
Okay. Yeah, right? More like smelly. No, Lucas, come back! Hi!
I'm so glad to see you again.
I thought he was just gonna keep running for a second and I was gonna be very upset.
Yes, I was in a cage. Then there was a huge explosion. Boom! And then we went to Melly's house. She said lots of bad words.
I heard that. And what about you, Lucas? How are you? Can we talk while we run? Or we can sit down with some wine and some roast chicken and wait for them to come and kill us? What do you reckon?
You're right. Let's get going.
Let's go.
The chateau shouldn't be far now.
Let's go. Come on. It's not far to the aqueduct.
Come on, Hugo. There we go.
Seems like we've been through some tough times.
I do love our little ragtag team of children.
You wouldn't have accepted the deal.
Yeah, it's Duck time.
We'll sort it out.
Tell my brother that.
Time to go to the Duck.
What's all this?
An accident?
An Inquisition cart.
Rats.
There must be things we can salvage from inside. I don't see how we can get past.
Oh, Amicia, I have something for you.
What do you
It's
have?
a byproduct of Ignifera. Luminosa. You throw it into a pile of rats and... Anyway, you'll see. Here, take it.
Thanks.
Salt, beta, alcohol, and liver. Mix them together.
All right.
Throw it at the rats.
Okay, hold on. But before I do... Okay. Whoa!
My eyes sting.
It completely destroyed them.
Alright, well, we're blowing up rats now.
The cart's packed full of alchemical material.
Makes sense. The Inquisition. They couldn't have got as far as the macula without reading the alchemical writings. I don't know what they're up to.
You can only make one of those at a time.
Whatever
No,
it is,
I'm...
These carts
Okay.
will be useful.
Cool. Well, I can't make anything. Which is unfortunate. So I used all my supplies to make consumables.
Yucky duck. We're nearly there.
Duck. Duck.
We're going to find out at last.
Is there anything over here? Got any flowers? Supplies? Oh my god, Lucas, you scared the shit out of me. Just creeping through the bushes. Oh my god.
Let's go up the yucky duck.
Hugo,
Aqueduct. Oh. No, it's Aqueduct.
Aqueduct. Aqueduct.
No, it's Aqueduct.
Nelly, where's your brother?
I don't want to talk about it.
All right.
Okay. Well, we'll bring this down.
Well spotted.
Can we climb? Oh, nope, I guess Melly goes first.
Come on,
Alright,
get up.
Smelly. Horrible lady. I'm sorry about your brother, but also...
Is that it? There's nothing here. Lucas, Don't tell me we've done all this for nothing.
No.
Ah.
Laurentius was smarter than that.
Hey, look, there's.
Alchemist's trick.
Hey.
Gold is born from lead. The door shall only reveal itself to the one who has the key. Something like that.
Look, I can see the boards.
Use your eyes before using your mouth. Who's going first?
Me. I am.
Amicia?
Come on then. We've come this far.
I was just trying to see if there were things there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a cave. That means rats.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's kind of cool looking.
Oh.
Okay.
Not bad.
Is that the sea?
No, it's water that's collected underground. Hey, there's a pontoon.
You're a
Use
pontoon.
this place. We're on the right track.
Watch out, Melly.
Well done.
It's a lot of noise that we're making. Not that it really matters down here, but, you know, there's still the general concern. That somebody weird is gonna find us and not be nice and possibly ruin everything for us. As they're wont to do.
A reaction ferry.
A what? A boat? Over to you, Melly. Lucas, come and help instead of sleeping.
Yes, yes.
The water's green.
Well, that's because there are a lot of things living in it.
They must be very cold.
Once, Father took us to the lake at Tours, and I slipped and fell in the water. It was so cold it made me cry.
I would have cried too.
Oh, my sweet baby.
Your boat awaits. Yes,
Should I
Hugo,
get
get in. I hope they can swim.
I mean, we've already nearly drowned once during this playthrough, so
Whoa.
I think we'll be okay.
Oh,
Don't.
that's because of the monster.
What? A monster?
Of course. The underground lakes are magical. Huge, ancient monsters hide in their depths. And watch out, they're very hungry.
No, they're not. And if there were monsters, we'd see some big bubbles.
You got me.
Mummy used to say that monsters are just those things to...
Just those things to which we have never given a name. She told me that too.
I would quite like to see a monster, actually.
Oh, you go.
Right, this is where we get off.
Oh, it was too quick.
My sweet
I know,
boy.
but it's someone else's turn now.
Okay, but before we get them, you just want to loot real quick. Give me some more rocks. Alright. And now...
There are no monsters here, but there might be a whale.
A whale is big, you know.
A whale. And an Aki duck.
Why not? A shy whale that doesn't want to show itself.
It's shy because it's small, but I'm sure it's pretty.
Oh.
Over to you. We're coming.
Look at him go!
It's all right. You can let go.
Okay.
Fine, I just don't like water much, that's all.
Listen, I'm sorry I lied to you. I thought that Amicia and Hugo might die, and I was scared.
Okay, you know what? Lucas can lie about us being rich for that
Behind
reason.
us now. But anything that takes my fancy at the castle is mine, alright?
Fair enough.
What were you saying?
Things for grown-up ears. Alright, let's keep going.
I was gonna be a little cross with Lucas when he was promising that we were rich and whatever, but I understand why he did it.
Not for long. Make some room.
I made room. Do it. Do the thing.
Open.
Hey! Where
There you go.
are we?
What is this place anyway?
It can't be. I have to see this from closer up. That pit.
What, Lucas?
What's the matter?
That hanging brazier can slide the length of the trench.
Lucas!
That one, the other way, and it's a defense system.
Like a castle.
Like a rat trap. Protecting something.
And?
Okay.
How does it work? Easy. The braziers push the rats towards the pit and they get trapped there.
Could be useful.
Who built it?
I don't know, but it looks ancient.
Come on, Lucas. Let's take a look.
Right, Melly. While the boys are daydreaming, we should get going.
Who built this?
Some,
We'll just let Lucas and Hugo look.
I don't think knights know how to use stone and mortar. Craftsmen. There are a lot of those.
Lucas?
Go on! Into the pit!
A long time
We have to
ago.
get to the other side.
The
All right,
rats
come on.
haven't been here for that long.
You're right. That gives me goosebumps.
The rats have always been here.
Closed. Melly, can you open it? No.
The rats will always be here. The rats are eternal.
Come, I'll get you up. All right.
I mean, she could. She's not wearing shoes? The places that we have been, and she is over here barefoot. My God. How do I... Do I just push? We just push. I'm scared for her feet.
All right. I'll take care of the door.
Okay, well, I'll be looting,
Come on.
I guess.
Cross over, you two.
Come on, Hugo. Oh, okay. I guess he doesn't want to come with me. That's fine. Alright. We need to light this on fire. And then we take them back into the hole. The rat hole.
Perfect. You can't fault the system. Very efficient.
Well, as efficient as it can be with having to move a whole bunch of stuff around. It works, we'll say. I do want to make more of that. And we'll make more of that, and then we'll pick up more rocks.
I'll go first.
Of course.
Okay. Big yawn. We might call it here soon. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours. But I like this.
Another door.
Cool game.
Maybe it's the right one. I just hope
We
there are
probably
rats
won't
behind it.
finish it this week, because Tiny Bunny comes out on
Melly, need a little help here.
Wednesday, and I plan on streaming that then.
Come on. I'm starting to
But
these doors.
we'll probably finish this next week,
The castle.
or
Whoa.
at least play more of it next
It
week.
really exists. Chateau d'Ombrage. It's amazing.
I had a moment of doubt, but
I mean, this is ominous as fuck, y'all. Why are we...
come on, let's take a closer look.
Please, it's not time to celebrate just yet. It's horrible and scary here. Dracula lives here. My God. Melly, open this.
Understood.
We can ask Dracula if he likes to drink the blood and smoke the weed.
Is
What's
that
this?
supposed to be the miracle remedy they talk about?
Ugh, it doesn't smell very good.
A good remedy is a remedy that stinks. Huh, you're not wrong.
10 Draculons and an Aki duck? Dang. Okay, maybe it's a cool castle then.
I don't see how.
Whoa! Did you see that?
The lightning bolt. Now, run!
Crazy. Give me those.
Again.
Well, we're gonna have to do it again, actually.
People used to live here.
worry, Hugo. This is it. Come on, come on. That should help.
Okay, great.
Not yet, not yet.
I'm scared.
Come on, we're gonna make
And we go.
Come on, I'll help you.
Look, we're fine. I don't know why anyone was worried. We were doing great.
Really? We did. We're here. Look at
Do
it.
that. Do that.
Chateau d'Ombrage.
It's even bigger from here.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, regardless of the horrible surfaces that we have been walking on, like, we've walked through so many things of rats. They're gonna nibble on her toes, and she's not gonna be able to walk anymore. And like, I'm not gonna give her a piggyback ride when that happens.
The tower over there. It's the living quarters. It must be several centuries old.
It looks like it's dry, but there's a pit in the way.
It's full of rats. It's another trap.
There has to be another way to get through.
Well, let's light that up. And can't go through there. Melly, can you unlock that? Sorry, I didn't realize that I could go through there because I tried and it didn't give me the option to have her unlock it.
There was something alive in it. It's open.
Okay, move. Sorry, Melly annoys me a lot.
So we can get the rats to move.
Lucas, Hugo, stay out of the rain. We'll open up a path to the tower.
All right. Come, Hugo.
Ready, Melly? As long as we get them out of the way. Come on. The siege of Chateau d'Ombrage. 2 girls versus thousands of rats. This battle will go down in history. Look, they're moving.
Of course they are. Okay. All right. That's where they go.
We should
and
be
then
able to reach the central section now. Yes.
and then we go down.
Rats are your thing.
Listen. No. Not these rats. Thought I saw a thing down there and I wanted it.
I'm with you. Great. I feel better already.
Can I push this? No. I should be able to control it though? It looks like it's on a track. So that's...
I'm going to need Melly to push that.
Yeah, well...
Hey, look at that! Oh!
Okay, well, give me a minute to push all these rats into the hole.
Well, I guess that's what the pit's for.
The brazier's coming back by itself.
Melly, can you get to me? I'm coming! Can't wait to get up there.
Okay, and then let's push.
Swarming like nobles at the king's court.
Big stretch.
Hmm?
Okay.
Right, those ones have to be driven into the pit too. And of course they're on the wrong side of the brazier. I'm gonna have to go down and see what's there. Alright, I'll cover you with the brazier.
Alright, let's
I'm putting my life in
down.
your hands, you know. All in a day's work, milady. Whenever you're ready.
Let's go. Oh, I need to tell her to do it.
Yes. Wow. It could do with a bit of grease. Would you rather be down here? I'm fine. I'm just warming up. Yes. What do you see? More braziers. I can get up on the ramparts. Go on then.
Hey.
I'm going to make it. Hugo will be safe. We'll all be safe.
Okay. And do I go up? I do. Kind of hard to tell there for a second, but hey, we figured it out. Give me those. I do want to fill that back up. Okay, we'll take that.
Melly, I'm clearing the outer area. They're coming your way. All right. There are so many of them. We'll never clear a path this way. Right, we need to clear the whole courtyard. Let's get on with it then.
We're working on it. We're doing it. We're clearing it. All right. They've gone through. Melly, can you release?
There you go. Into the pits with you. Yes. Perfect. Well, that's done. The last sector now. I have to get back to the ladder.
Okay, but I do need to.
Have you done it? Yes. Are you all right, Hugo?
I'm fine, but I hear you shouting.
Don't worry, the storm will drown out our voices. Soon
Okay.
we'll all get to see the tower.
Yes.
I do need to take this back though, because there are some rats over here, which is incorrect. No rats. None rats. This is a rat-free zone. These rats, at least. No, none of these rats. Okay. Okay. And then we'll hop back down. And how do I...
Whenever you want.
I wanna go up. I guess I have to take her up first.
The bridge. We'd better lower. And so, Misia the Amazon and Melly the Stealthy conquered
Melly the Smelly.
You've read too many books. Come on. We still have to clean up the area down there. We're going to
She is standing too close to me.
All right, I'm going down.
Okay. Hey Melly, do you want to do the thing? Can you do it? Hey, ma'am? Hold on. Did I break it? Did I break the game? Oh no. Okay, Melly. I may have broken it. Fuck. Okay, well, let's just restart from the checkpoint, I guess, because she's not responding.
We still have to clean up the area down there.
They're
We're going
there?
to get the brazier from the ramparts. I'll cover you with this one.
Okay, then do it.
What is it? Nothing. It's just a crappy old lever. Melly, you always know the right thing to say. It's going to be all right. It's your castle. Connection.
Well, that's not what I meant to do.
How am I going to get up there? You'll need a ladder. But the
I meant to...
I don't know, Amicia the Amazon. Tell them a story.
There was a torch there that I was trying to, like, light on fire, but I did it bad. But it's fine. Did we die? Go ahead and remake that, though. Okay, give me this. Let's do that. Just a little chewed. Imagine how bad it would have been had I, not had shoes on, though. And this is why you always wear shoes. Okay. Before I go over there.
Closed.
Okay, well. Just wanted to do a little loot. Just a little one. Okay. Don't want to make those just yet because I make 2 at a time and it would be wasteful to make them at the moment. Okay. Get out there, rats. Melly, it's your turn.
That's brought chaos over here. I'm going to need you. I'm coming. All right. Here we go again.
You
This
don't.
is how you conquer a castle. This is how you get sick. No, not in my version of the story.
Okay. Oh, I see what she's doing.
Come on, we're almost fucking there. And with these noble words, they readied themselves to recover what was rightfully theirs. A home. Stop it. Come on. I'm
Not. I will not. I will not stop.
Amicia, it's not that simple. You don't know me. All right. I understand.
Okay, well, look at that. We ratted.
No! Loose the dragons! Come on, back off, you bastards! Retreat before Amicia the Amazon and Melly the Fury! What? Melly the Fury? I told you you didn't know me.
Okay, whatever you say, Melly. We did it! We solved the rat puzzle.
We did it! We pushed them back!
Good job, team.
The castle saved our lives.
Yes, Laurentius was right. To celebrate our victory, would you mind if we get out of the rain, please?
I mean, I'm down for that.
To the tower!
Less rain now, please.
Yes. Come over to the fire and warm up.
It's huge.
We'll have time to explore tomorrow. This is our home now.
Oh. Find yourself a castle. Claim it as yours. No one can tell you otherwise. Cool. Alright, we're a little under halfway through the game, which is not surprising, but just wowee, we kind of got through it. I've been streaming for a while though. We will call it here though. I'm assuming it just saved. I thought I saw an icon that appeared to be a saving icon. I mean, it makes sense that it would save. It was the start of a chapter, right? Alright. But yeah, that was a Plague Tale. I'm excited to play more of this. Sorry, doing a big stretch. Yeah, like I said, we probably won't do more until next week. Because Wednesday Tiny Bunny comes out. Friday we've got our usual plans. And then yeah. So it probably won't be until next Monday that we do more Plague Tale, which should be fine. Yeah, I didn't want to name it specifically. You know what it is, though. All right. Let's. Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to check stuff. Yeah, let's find somebody to read into. This was fun. I enjoyed it. It was nice. It was nice to do something. Especially since my plans were for today didn't end up happening, so, you know, it's fine. Y'all wanna... I, like, don't have anybody on right now. I got ATM 0. Let's go say hi to Andrew. If you're gonna raid with us, there are our raid messages. ATM is doing some Dying Light, it looks like. Yeah. So we'll go see that. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you all. Hold on just a second. Okay. Yeah. I appreciate y'all. Have a good rest of your time zone. Take care of your dang selves. We'll see ya on Wednesday. I'm excited to play more Tiny Bunny. It's been a bit since the last chapter came out. Here's hoping that it actually keeps our saves. But yeah, we'll see y'all later, friends. Bye.